Chapter 2959. Sun Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Nan Gongyu had walked out unscathed and no longer looked as weak as before. With this matter could be considered to have come to an end, and it was best if there were no more disturbances. If there were any more disturbances, Nangong City would be in for a huge change. After Nan Gongyu walked out of the room, she immediately felt refreshed. In the past few decades, he had to split his attention to suppress the heart-devouring cicada, causing him to be exhausted. Even his senses had regressed. Now that he had regained everything that he had lost, he felt extremely carefree. Brother Xiao is indeed skillful to be able to get rid of such a poisonous creature like the heart-devouring cicada so easily. Nan Gongyu cupped her hands and smiled. As soon as she said this, most of the people present were shocked. How long had it been? And the problem of the heart-devouring cicada was solved. One had to know that the miracle doctor of the bright curse world had stayed in Nangong City for 3 years, but he was still unable to find a solution to the heart-devouring cicada. In the end, he could only give the city lord some methods to temporarily stabilize his condition. The consecrated masters instantly understood that Xiaoyang was now a noble of Nangong City, and they could not afford to offend him. Offending Xiaoyang was no doubt the same as offending the city lord. They knew which was more important. Even if there were some conflicts in terms of benefits, they could only swallow their anger in the face of the current situation. I've done all that I can. Now it depends on whether city Lord Nangong still remembers our agreement. Xiaoyang smiled calmly and said. As soon as these words came out, a few of the consecrated masters felt a chill in their hearts. They knew that once they fulfilled the agreement, the quota that originally belonged to them would fall into Xiaoyang's hands. How could they be willing to accept this? However, so what if they were dissatisfied? An arm could not win against a thigh, and they could only let it be. Nan Gongyu was stunned. She did not expect Xiaoyang to be so straightforward. However, after thinking about it, it was indeed the case. This time, Xiaoyang had come here with a goal in mind. He wasn't here to help Nan Gongyu solve her problem. Of course not. Nan Gongyu laughed heartily. Nan Gong, you also liked such a straightforward person. If he wanted to say something, then say it. There was no need to hide it. That would be for the best, Xiaoyang said calmly. Hearing these words, Xing Tian felt rather helpless. However, he also knew that Xiaoyang did have the confidence and capital to do so. Shortly after, Nan Gongyu also walked over with quick steps. She took out 3 tokens from her bosom and placed them on the stone table. She said, Although we are doing business this time, I will never forget the kindness that fellow Taoist Xiao has shown me. Therefore, the conditions from before are no longer valid. However, the bottle of Qi Gathering Dan has been used and cannot be returned. I will think of a way to make it up to you in the future. There were many things that were merely worldly possessions to Nan Gongyu. Hence, there was no need to continue. Plus, his biggest problem had been solved. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief, and his heart felt much better. If he continued to delay like this, his heart would be in a lot of pain. In fact, in less than 10 years, he would die suddenly. Xiaoyang smiled faintly. Business is business. Friendship is friendship. As he spoke, Xiaoyang took the 3 tokens and gave them to Xiaoyang and Xiaoman. The moment the tokens entered his hands, he could feel a wave of mysterious energy within them. It must be the method of the Almighty that was hard to replicate. After all, in order to enter the secret territory of daylight, countless cultivators would try their best. Replicating a token was not something rare. However, leaving a unique imprint on the token meant that even if it was replicated, it would be a useless piece of metal. After keeping the tokens, Xiaoyang took out 3 bottles of dawn and placed them on the table. He said, Once our business is done, it won't be too late to talk about friendship. Looking at the jade bottles on the table, Nan Gongyu smiled. Everything was a separate matter. Every debt was calculated clearly. Such a way of doing things was indeed very comforting. Being friends with such a person was definitely not a bad thing. However, if they were too clear, they would no longer be suitable to be friends. Okay, then we will talk about friendship next. Nan Gongyu smiled. Now, in Nan Gongyu's eyes, Xiaoyang had changed once again. He had become an incredible person. From Nan Gongyu's point of view, Xing Tian might just be Xiaoyang's guardian on the surface. Or else, how could he be so calm? Plus, for Xiaoyang to have such methods, the power behind him would not be weak. Or else, it would be difficult to cultivate such a descendant. If one did not have such a background, wanting to cultivate such a person would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It might even be impossible. Of course, these were only Nan Gongyu's conjectures. From her point of view, being able to be on good terms with Xiaoyang was the best thing that could happen. Who knows? She might even gain some benefits from such a relationship in the future. However, this was only a thought in the end. It would not be so easy to achieve it. Fellow Xiao, are you planning to go directly to the daytime secret realm? Nan Gongyu frowned slightly and asked. Xiaoyang nodded and said, since I have nothing to do, and I don't know when the secret realm will close, it's better to go earlier. The main reason was that the opening of the daytime secret realm was very mysterious. No one could be sure of the exact situation. Therefore, it was not wrong to go earlier. Fellow Xiao, there's no need to rush. Every time the daytime secret realm opens, the shortest time it opens is 3 months. The longest time it opens is half a year. Nan Gongyu said. Nan Gong, you had found this information from ancient records. At the same time, Nan Gongyu also wanted to go to the daytime secret realm. The reason why he had not set off was very simple. It was because he was suffering from the heart-devouring cicada. Once he left Nangong City, if something unexpected happened, he might even lose his life. At that time, there would be nothing he could do to save the situation. Nan Gongyu also felt lucky that he did not set off rashly. Otherwise, if he missed Xiaoyang, he might really end up in a situation where his life and death would be uncertain. Does City Lord Nangong have any advice for me? Xiaoyang asked with a smile. Nan Gongyu smiled and nodded, saying, If fellow Xiao is not in a hurry, why don't you stay in Nangong City for a few days? At that time, we can head to the secret realm together. It will save us a lot of trouble. In Nan Gongyu's eyes, a person like Xiaoyang should naturally be treated well. If he could leave behind some incense, it might be a good karma. Chapter 2960. Moreover, the bright curse realm was hospitable. There were guests from the outside world everywhere, although their bright curse realm was the only big one in the surrounding area. However, it was hard to say whether it was the sky beyond heaven or the mountain beyond mountain outside this area. Nan Gongyu had traveled to a few worlds when she was young. Naturally, she was aware of this. It would not be a loss to make more friends, especially friends with powerful strength and background. Xiaoyang frowned slightly. He was thinking, now that he had the token, what trouble would there be in entering the secret realm? Could it be that this token alone wasn't enough for him to enter? Thinking of this, Xiaoyang felt a little helpless. Although the bright curse realm was not xenophobic and was even hospitable, the secret realm of daylight could even be said to be the foundation of this world. Not to mention the outsiders, even the locals, if they were not well known, would most likely be interrogated multiple times. It would be best if City Lord Nangong is with us, Xing Tian said with a smile. Seeing this, Xiaoyang could only nod and agree. Since Xing Tian had the same idea, it was fine to go with them. It would indeed reduce a lot of trouble. After all, as one of the 4 city lords, Nangongyu's status was probably only second to the 2nd sect lord and the 3rd sect lord. Many people would give him face. That would also reduce a lot of trouble. Nan Gongyu was not in a hurry to speak. Instead, she looked at Xiaoyang. She knew that the 3 of them were led by Xiaoyang. Only his words could be decided. Xiaoyang nodded and said, that works too. Just don't miss out on the secret realm. Of course. I also want to go to the secret realm to see if I can find my own opportunity Nan Gongyu said with a smile. After chatting for a while, Nan Gongyu led a group of consecrators back. Xiao Yang continued to stay in the courtyard. Xing Tian looked up at the sky. At the same time, he was more certain of Xiao Yang. Indeed, although there were a few extra steps, it could reduce a lot of risks. Although it was still possible for them to force their way into the daylight secret realm with their strength, the result would be very bad. When they walked out of the light day mystic realm, the entire light curse domain would probably hunt them down. It would be fine if he could escape, but once he was entangled, it would be almost impossible to escape unscathed. Xiao Yang continued to sip his tea as he pondered over the progress of his cultivation. Right now, he could indeed take a step forward, but he kept feeling that something was lacking. Thus, he didn't dare to rashly advance. If he left behind any hidden dangers, it would be a source of endless trouble for his future path towards the great Tao. After sitting in the courtyard for a while, Xiao Yang went back to study the heart-devouring cicada. After all, this poison was not simple. It could torment a 7th-level martial royal realm expert to the point that he could not do anything about it. Of course, this was also because no one in the bright curse world was good at this. But Xiao Yang had an extraordinary understanding of poison, so he could easily solve this matter. Soon, Xiao Yang's divine sense invaded the heart-devouring cicada and found a very shallow mark. Interesting. I wonder who Nan Gongyu offended to be tricked like this. Xiao Yang let out a wry smile and mumbled. Nan Gongyu was in a high position, so it was normal for her to offend someone. It was reasonable for someone to plot against her. However, to use such a vicious method to torture her, it was obvious that the hatred between them was not small. Of course, Xiao Yang came to Nangong City, this time only for the pass. As for what kind of hatred Nan Gongyu had outside, it was not something he could worry about. To be able to help him take out the heart-devouring cicada in good condition was already extremely benevolent. Of course, this was also a business deal, and it was done satisfactorily. Immediately, Xiao Yang crushed the mark. The heart-devouring cicada trembled as if it had sensed something. In order to prevent Nan Gongyu from detecting it, the other party left a very weak divine sense in the heart-devouring cicada, which was almost weaker than the heart-devouring cicada's intelligence, so it was difficult to detect. After erasing the divine sense, the heart-devouring cicada officially became an ownerless object. After taking care of the heart-devouring cicada, Xiao Yang placed it into the mountain river map. At night, Xiao Yang went to the main hall to participate in the so-called celebration banquet, as promised. However, Xiao Yang was not very interested in these things. However, it was difficult to refuse the other party's hospitality, so he could only go through the motions. Of course, Nan Gongyu was kind and wanted to let Xiao Yang get to know some people first. They had just arrived and did not know much about the bright curse boundary. There was no harm in getting to know more people. Of course, this was only Nan Gongyu's personal opinion. Although it was one-sided, the starting point was still good. Of course, Nan Gongyu also knew that some consecrators or guests would hate Xiao Yang because he took away 3 passes. Those who could not go would be unhappy because of this. Nan Gongyu did not mention anything. After all, these people had their own thoughts. However, with their ability and courage, what could they do? Therefore, it was better to let nature take its course. The final result of this matter could only be left unsettled. Before this, if the consecrators or guests under her sect could solve this problem for her, Nan Gongyu would not be stingy. However, they did not have the ability to exchange for it with merit points. There was nothing she could do about it. That night, Xiao Yang also got to know a few consecrators from Nangong City. However, he only knew their names. They might have some weight in Nangong City, but in Xiao Yang's eyes they were just so-so. His main purpose in coming to the bright curse boundary was to find out the attitude of the bright deity sect. Therefore, he could not stay here for long. The banquet only ended in the middle of the night. At the same time, Xiao Yang also got to know that Nan Gongyu had been waiting for another consecrator to return. When that consecrator arrived, They would immediately head to the central region and enter the bright day secret realm. The news had already been sent out. That consecrator would only be back in a few days. There was no need to rush. After getting the confirmation, Xiao Yang brought Xiao Man back to rest. As for Xing Tian, he seemed to be at ease in such an occasion. To Xing Tian, having more friends was nothing, even if they were just acquaintances. Who knew when he would need them in the future? Even if the probability was very low, it was still good to have one more possibility. In the next few days, Xiao Yang did not step out of the house and raise the heart-devouring cicada. Chapter 2961. Although the heart-devouring cicada had grown a lot after consuming Nangong Yu's blood and sweat, in Xiao Yang's eyes, it was still a little underdeveloped. If he could nurture this poisonous creature to the greater success stage, it might turn into a deadly weapon. It was extremely vicious to use it to torture people. Of course, Xiao Yang did not have such thoughts. The main reason he nurtured the heart-devouring cicada was to extract its poison. 3 days later, Chief Disciple Sun personally invited Xiao Yang over for a chat. Of course, it was not Chief Disciple Sun who invited him, but City Lord Nangong Yu. Chief Disciple Sun, Great Master is back? Is he preparing for the meeting at the secret realm of daylight? Xiao Yang asked after thinking for a while. Sun Yi smiled and nodded. That's right. After receiving an affirmative answer, Xiao Yang let out a sigh of relief. If he kept waiting, he would feel irritated. If he missed it again, it would be too late for regrets. Although Nangong Yu was aware of it, the opening and closing time of the secret realm of daylight was full of uncertainties. Even if there were previous examples as evidence, it was not enough to be completely worry-free. However, after Cultivator Xiao goes over, please be more understanding. Sun Yi said after hesitating for a long time. Xiao Yang was startled by these words. What was going on? Or was there something else going on? I don't know what you mean. Please enlighten me. Xiao Yang was too lazy to guess and asked directly. Since Sun Yi was taking the initiative to express his goodwill, he would naturally make some things clear instead of hiding it and playing dumb. Sun Yi laughed. He obviously knew that Xiao Yang was now a noble of Nangong City, and his future was limitless. Naturally, he would try to curry favor with him more or less, as a sign of good karma. However, such a smart person was unwilling to think about the hidden meaning in his words, which made others feel helpless. Perhaps it was because Xiao Yang didn't have any thoughts about these matters that he paid attention to them, allowing his state of mind to be truly pure. I am just the chief consecrator of an outsider, but that person is from the bright curse realm. Sun Yi smiled bitterly. It could be said that Nangong Cheng's forces were split into 4 groups. The strongest was naturally the main bloodline of the Nangong city's castellan, the Nangong family. They were the strongest and also the leader of the entire Nangong city. Next were the experts from all over the bright curse realm. They all held important positions and could be said to be the core of Nangong city. The third force was the foreign consecrators, led by Sun Yi. They didn't have much to do and were relatively idle. No matter where they were, they would feel that outsiders were not that reliable, so the power they could give them was limited. As for the last faction, it couldn't be considered a faction. It could only be considered a team. They were forces that were unable to join the local mighty figures and foreign guest worshippers. They were large and small, more or less, and were in a mess. As for the elder who returned, he was the representative of the second force in Nangong City. Xiao Yang frowned slightly. This native elder did not have much interaction with him, Xiao Yang. Why should he be wary of him? Cultivator Xiao, you may not know this, but Elder Zhao has a high status and authority. Therefore, many of us are trying to curry favor with him. 2 of us have become Elder Zhao's confidants, and coincidentally, they failed to obtain the qualification to enter the Bright Day secret ground. Therefore, it's inevitable that Elder Zhao will blame you for this. Sun Yi said with a wry smile. Xiao Yang was startled after hearing this, before he let out a smile. He had heard of Zhao Yunfu's name a few days ago. In Nangong City, apart from the Zong family, his status and strength were the highest. Even though Manager Qin, who was like a fox pretending to be a tiger, would still criticize Sun Yi, he did not dare to show any displeasure in front of Zhao Yunfu. Upon having this thought, Xiaoyang shook his head with a wry smile. This person's reputation was not bad. However, since Chief Sun Yi was able to remind him, it was obvious that Zhao Yunfu was not a simple character. Sometimes there was a difference between a person in the rumors and a person seen from the outside. Zhao Yunfu, is even City Lord Nangong unable to control him? Xiaoyang asked with a smile. As soon as he said that, Sun Yi also laughed. They were considered as guests, but wasn't Zhao Yunfu considered as a guest too? Although their cultivation was on par with City Lord Nangong's, they had to rely on Nangong City to stay in the bright curse realm. Naturally, the importance of the relationship between the two was also very clear. Even if Zhao Yunfu was unwilling to accept it, was it possible for him to fall out with City Lord Nangong? This was Nangong City under the rule of the Nangong family, not Zhao Yunfu's personal territory. Cultivator Xiao is wise. I'm the one who's inexperienced. Sun Yi let out an awkward laugh and said. Xiaoyang did not mind at all and waved his hand. Zhao Yunfu was indeed a powerful figure. Although there were some conflicts of interest between them, it was not a big one. Therefore, with Nangong Yu's mediation, this little problem would be resolved very quickly, and they did not even have to worry about it. At this moment, Sun Yi was also thinking about this matter. He felt that with Zhao Yunfu's character, he would not let this matter go so easily. However, this was not something he could worry about. At most, he would say a few words to smooth things over. After all, with Sun Yi's current awkward situation, there were some things that he could not say. It could even be said that if he said something wrong, it would have a huge impact on him. Moreover, it was a special period now, and everything was to enter the bright day's secret realm. How could he not be careful? Now he felt that it was enough for him to remind Xiaoyang, and it could be considered as his goodwill. It could not be helped. The situation in Nangong City was so complicated. Even an old fox like him had to be careful with every step he took, and he did not dare to make a single mistake. After walking for a while, Xiaoyang followed Sun Yi to the dojo. When he set foot here, Xiaoyang was startled. There was no sign of friendliness in this place. In the dojo, Nangong Yu and a man in a long green robe were fighting each other. Although the battle between them looked very intense, they were both holding back. The battle between the two could be said to be very satisfying, but there were no killing moves. Therefore, this battle could not even be considered a spar. It could only be said that they were feeding each other moves. When Nangong Yu sensed Xiaoyang's arrival, she did not continue fighting. She turned around and landed on the ground. She waved her hand, and her opponent immediately stopped. The man in the long green robe looked at Xiaoyang with a meaningful gaze. Chapter 2962. Congratulations, City Lord. Now that the heart-devouring cicada's poison has been cured, it won't take long for your strength to return to its peak. The green-robed man said with a smile. Nangong Yu only waved her hand and did not care about it at all. From Nangong Yu's point of view, without the heart-devouring cicada's torture, it was only a matter of time before his strength returned to its peak. It was just that he wanted to exercise himself today, so he decided to fight here to see how much his strength had recovered. However, that was only a test and not a real fight. Therefore, Nangong Yu only had a rough estimate and was not sure how much he had recovered. Let's not talk about this first. Let me introduce you. This is Xiaoyang and this is Xing Tian. Nangong Yu introduced. Before the green-robed man arrived at Nangong City, he had already received this news. At the same time, he looked at Xiaoyang with a smile in his eyes. I am Zhao Yunfu. I have heard about you, from the City Lord. It is indeed true that hearing about you is not as good as meeting you in person. The green-robed man cupped his hands and said, Xiao Yang and Xing Tian only smiled and cupped their hands. Perhaps because of Sun Yi's reminder, they felt that this person was a smiling tiger. Nan Gongyu did not know about this, so she invited them to take a seat and chatted about some daily life. Zhao Yunfu was also carefully sizing up Xiaoyang. Not long after the heart-devouring cicada was removed from Nan Gongyu's body, he received the news and even knew a lot of things. Therefore, Zhao Yunfu was very curious about this foreign guest. I wonder which world fellow Xiao is from. Zhao Yunfu asked with a smile. Xiaoyang frowned slightly. He did not want to expose his background. After all, when those enemies came to find him, the situation would become very pessimistic. Therefore, Xiaoyang only laughed. Nangong, you seem to have realized that Xiaoyang did not want to talk about Mingyan, so she smiled and said, Brother Xiao, why are you asking this? We are all friends, not prisoners for you to interrogate. As Nangong, you said this, she even pretended to be angry. Obviously, she was warning this elder. Sun Yi sat at the side looking down. He didn't say a word. At this critical juncture, it was best not to say anything and maintain a neutral position. Even if we are friends, we still need to know each other well, Zhao Yun said with a smile. Immediately, Xiaoyang and Xing Tian's expressions changed. Now, they both felt that the other party's words were laced with sarcasm. As expected, he was a smiling tiger. Chief Sun's warning was indeed reasonable. This Zhao Yunbu was really difficult to deal with. Nan Gongyu, on the other hand, was baffled. Ever since Zhao Yunfu had returned, he had been acting strangely. However, he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. The city lord didn't take it to heart. He only felt that Zhao Yunfu was a bit too cautious. After all, Zhao Yunquang had been doing his best to manage Nangong City and had long treated it as his property. Thus, he was not willing to see anything go wrong. There was nothing wrong with being careful. Knowing which world we came from, does that mean you know everything about us? Xiaoyang asked with a smile. Zhao Yunfu frowned. He really didn't have anything to say in response to what he said. However, Xiaoyang's attitude made him extremely unhappy. As the saying goes, even a powerful dragon can't suppress a snake in its old haunts. This guy actually dared to offend him like this? Thinking about how someone had complained in front of him, Zhao Yunfu's heart was filled with anger. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of this outsider, how could the benefits that belonged to him disappear without a trace? Thinking of this, Zhao Yunfu's heart became even more unhappy. You are right. However, there is one thing that I am not very clear about. Please enlighten me. Zhao Yunfu's voice suddenly became low. His attitude was so bad that it didn't seem like he was asking for an answer, but rather he was questioning. Nangong, you also felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. She frowned slightly. Ask away. Xiaoyang said calmly. Now, Xiaoyang's interest was piqued. He wanted to know what kind of storm this Zhao Yunfu was trying to stir up. Even the core members of Nangong City don't know much about the poison that the city lord was poisoned with. Why would Brother Xiao know about it? Zhao Yunfu asked loudly. As soon as he said this, the consecrated sitting at the side immediately looked at Xiaoyang. It seemed like a coincidence that Xiaoyang could see through it with a single glance. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Xiaoyang, on the other hand, was laughing. This guy was just a frog at the bottom of a well. Later on, I heard that Brother Xiao took out the heart-devouring cicada in less than 2 hours. Even our bright curse world's miracle doctor was helpless. Instead, you were so familiar with it. Zhao Yunfu's voice became sharper as he said this. At this moment, the consecrated present all stood up. When all these coincidences were put together, it didn't seem like a coincidence anymore. It was a real scheme. This guy schemed against Nangong City, and now he dared to stand here and make fun of them. Wasn't he too bold? At this moment, Zhao Yunfu's aura continued to rise, and he looked like he was about to make a move. Xing Tian frowned slightly. and at the same time, the energy in his body began to circulate. How could he tolerate such a huge pile of sh*t being placed on his head? Furthermore, looking at the current situation, it seemed like a hangmen banquet, or a situation of getting rid of the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness. Zhao Yunfu stared at Xiaoyang. He wanted to know what this young man was planning. Nan Gongyu, on the other hand, was thinking about this matter. If that was the case, she did feel that something was amiss. Everything seemed to have happened too quickly. If Brother Xiao can't give a reasonable explanation, I won't let this matter go. Zhao Yunfu said with a cold smile. The current Zhao Yunfu looked like everything was under his control, and there wouldn't be any accidents. In an instant, Zhao Yunfu's aura became overbearing. He was once a guest of Nangong City, but now he was a murderer who wanted to murder the city, Lord of Nangong City. Explanation? Why do I need to explain? Xiaoyang said with a cold smile. After hearing this, the consecrated who was unhappy with Xiaoyang immediately cursed. This guy was too arrogant, completely disregarding their Nangong City. So, are you admitting to the crime of murdering the city, Lord of Nangong City? Zhao Yunfu questioned. He wouldn't stop until his words were shocking. At this moment, the consecrated were extremely agitated and could not wait to kill Xiaoyang on the spot. Sun Yi did not say anything, and his expression did not change at all. He knew that Zhao Yunfu was only doing it on purpose, accusing him. Chapter 2963. Sun Yi's attitude was very clear. After all, the situation was as it was now, and it did not concern him. Sun Yi did not think that Xiaoyang would be troubled by such words. After all, for someone to be able to stay in Nangong City and remain aloof from worldly affairs, was he really a coward? From Sun Yi's point of view, that was not the case. Xiaoyang only wanted to simplify the situation, which was why he showed his sincerity first. However, this did not mean that he was a pushover. Once he was provoked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, Sun Yi had done everything he could. All he needed to do now was to watch the show. No matter how many tricks Zhao Yunfu had up his sleeves, he would not be able to stir up any waves today. Admit my guilt? If you think so, then so be it. Xiaoyang replied. On this issue, Xiaoyang was not in the mood to argue with him. Such an answer stunned Zhao Yunfu. Originally, he thought that Xiaoyang would definitely argue with him. But who would have thought that this person did not have a temper at all? The plan that he had prepared seemed to have been completely disrupted. This made Zhao Yundu feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. But this is good too. Since you admitted it so easily, let's see if you still have the face to stay in Nangong City. Of course, it was impossible for him to leave Nangong City. The crime of murdering the city lord was not a small one. Even if Xiaoyang wanted to leave Nangong City today, it would be extremely difficult. At the same time, Zhao Yunfu was prepared to make his move. If he could take him down today, it would be for the best. At that time, after this storm had passed, Zhao Yunbu's status would most likely rise as a result of it. When he thought of this, Zhao Yunfu could not help but feel excited. With a glance, many of the consecrators were eager to try. They were waiting for the order to take down this outsider with evil intentions. Xing Tian yawned as he squinted his eyes. If a fight were to break out, it would not be easy to carve out a bloody path out of Nangong City. However, Xing Tian liked to do things that were challenging. Today he wanted to see how strong Xiaoyang was and how big the gap between them was. Xing Tian didn't expect such a turn of events, but he was already used to the so-called mutual deception. Sometimes he couldn't be bothered to reason with them, or if he couldn't be reasoned with, then using his fists was naturally the best choice. Xiao Man also sensed that the atmosphere was a little off, but when she saw that her young master was as still as a mountain, there was nothing to worry about. Sun Yi, who was as unmoving as a mountain, swept his gaze over them. He knew that these people were on Zhao Yunfu's side. In the future, He would need to be more vigilant when these people were working under him. Otherwise, once someone caught a small flaw and magnified it infinitely, he was afraid that he would fall into the other party's trap. Although he had sensed it before, he had never taken it to heart. He felt that it was just a normal precaution. After all, they were outsiders. It was normal for them to feel that they were not that reliable. There was nothing they could say about it. However, the current situation was slightly different, especially after today's incident, which made Yi feel a sense of danger. Xiao Yang glanced at the aggressive crowd and let out a calm smile. He patted Xiao Man's shoulder and said, "Look at these people's faces. In the future, when you go out to explore the world, don't be kind, or else you might be bitten by others. It's like a farmer saving a poisonous snake." Xiao Man immediately nodded her head. She had been following Xiao Yang for quite some time and had seen how vicious people could be. However, this was her first time experiencing such a thing, which was unexpected, for Xiao Man Nangong expression turned unpleasant. She could not figure out what this Zhao Yunfu was thinking. Things had suddenly come to this point, which made him feel a little helpless and uncomfortable. Xiao Yang remained calm. In Nangong City, what he valued most was Nangong Yu's attitude. He was the owner of this place. Before the owner said anything, the dog was already barking. That being said, it was hard to tell who the dog belonged to. "What is it? Trying to defend yourself after admitting to the crime?" Zhao Yunfu said with a cold smile. Although Zhao Yunfu had no idea what this young man was up to, it was the best time to eliminate him. Either way, he would not miss this opportunity. Xiao Yang glanced at Zhao Yunfu, as if he did not put him in his eyes. Xing Tian rose from his seat and pretended to move his body before saying, "What do you say? Should we start fighting?" At that instant, a black aura gradually appeared on Xing Tian's body as if it was real. After sensing Xing Tian's aura, Zhao Yunfu was startled. He had only heard that this guy was a 7th-tier martial dominator and thought it was just a rumor. He did not expect it to be true. So what if you're a 7th-tier martial dominator? There were 3 7th-tier martial dominators in Nangong City. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake to take him down? Xiao Yang waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. You have to look at the owner before beating the dog. This vicious dog is indeed annoying, but I still have to give face to the owner of this beast." After hearing this, Zhao Yunfu was infuriated to the extreme. These words were calling him a dog. How could he tolerate it when a 7th-tier martial dominator was called a dog? In Nangong City, he, Zhao Yunfu, was in existence second only to the city lord. "Kid, you still dare to spout nonsense at this time," Zhao Yunfu said as his aura grew stronger. At that moment, Zhao Yunfu had no idea what the city lord was thinking. Thus he did not dare to act recklessly, in case something went wrong. Xing Tian nodded his head as if it was true and said, "If this trap was set up by the owner, what should we do?" "Then there's nothing we can do. We'll just teach him a lesson. Of course, if he doesn't control his strength when the time comes, no one will be able to control him," Xiao Yang said with a smile. These words were full of threats, and even Nangong Yu's expression turned ugly. Once some words were said too much, the situation would be irreversible. He remained silent, but at the same time he was also shocked. He saw Xiao Yang's calmness and assumed that he had come prepared. So what if he was surrounded? As long as he had the ability, he could kill his way out. "City Lord, since this person has admitted to the crime of murdering you, please give the order to arrest these 3 criminals," Zhao Yunfu said in a loud voice. The city lord was the one who made the decision, but since he did not express his opinion, Zhao Yunfu had no choice but to strike while the iron was hot. Chapter 2964. As long as the city governor gave the order, this matter would be settled. At that time, capturing a mere outsider would not be a problem. In fact, it would be as easy as flipping one's hand. Now that Nangong Yu had not expressed her opinion, even if Xiao Yunfu was prepared to take action, he did not dare to act rashly without receiving the order. If the city governor was not here, with Xiaoyang's previous words, he could directly take him down. Zhao Yunfu, do you take me for a fool? Nan Gongyu slammed her palm on the tea table, and the tea table was instantly reduced to dust. Under such an intense pressure, the table disappeared without a trace in a matter of seconds. With this shout, even Nan Gongyu was stunned for a moment. She did not understand what had happened and why the city lord was so angry. City governor, I, Zhao Yunfu, have sacrificed my entire life for you and Nan Gongcheng. How can you say that I'm toying with you? Zhao Yunfu said fearfully. Nan Gongyu's sudden anger left Zhao Yun scratching his head in confusion. He did not know what had happened to make her so angry. That outsider had already admitted it. That was irrefutable evidence. Oh, have you ever seen anyone who would admit to doing such a despicable thing? Are they too stupid or too arrogant? Nan Gongyu questioned sternly. Zhao Yunfu originally wanted to say something. However, when he sensed the heavy aura coming from the other party, he did not dare to say anything. He could only keep his mouth shut. Obviously, City Governor Nangong was angry now. If he said anything more, it would be a fuse that would ignite. You're saying that Xiaoyang had planned this long ago and used the heart-devouring cicada to torture me so that he could obtain the passage token to the daytime secret realm? With this self-directed act, how could he be sure that the daytime secret realm would open while I was still alive? Nan Gongyu questioned coldly. Zhao Yunbu opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Or could it be that they had planned this long ago to kill me, but changed their mind when the daytime secret realm opened? Even if it was their plan, what was their motive? Why would they do this for no reason? Since they have the ability to put the heart-devouring cicada into my body silently, why do they need to come here to get the pass medallion? Nan Gongyu asked incessantly, and Zhao Yunfu's face became increasingly ugly. All this while Nan Gongyu had only been forthright and straightforward. He was not stupid. At the very beginning, he had also suspected Xiaoyang and felt that this matter was not so simple. However, after Xiaoyang took out the heart-devouring cicada, his attitude changed. Obviously, it was just a coincidence that they arrived here. Zhao Yunbu staggered back a few steps. At the same time, his heart trembled. Of course, he was more worried that he would not be able to get rid of Xiaoyang. He was afraid that some things would change because of this. Furthermore, Zhao Yun, standing in the heart of this Nangong city lord, might even drop. Thinking of this, Zhao Yunfu felt more and more uncomfortable in his heart. What exactly went wrong that caused the situation to go out of control? In the past, the city lord was extremely obedient to Zhao Yunfu, to the extent that he was like a brother to Zhao Yunfu. The change today was too great. Cultivator Xiao, I'm so sorry. I failed to teach my disciples well, which caused you to laugh at me. I apologize. Nan Gongyu bowed and brought her fists together. Xiaoyang waved his hand and said, It's good that you understand. Xing Tian shrugged his shoulders helplessly. He initially thought that he would have a chance to fight today, but it seemed like it was only his wishful thinking. It was destined that this battle would not take place. It's all my fault for making things unpleasant today. I'll make it up to you in the future. Nan Gongyu said with a smile. In Nan Gongyu's opinion, the faction behind Xiaoyang was extremely powerful. If they were to offend such a person, when the faction behind him came to punish them, even their Nangong city would not be able to bear the consequences. Even though most of the factions in the Bright Curse realm would help Nangong city, once the situation came to a head, their Nangong city would definitely be affected. When the time came, Nangong city would suffer the most in the Bright Curse realm. The other factions were also eyeing them covetously, but they did not have the chance to do so. Since City Lord Nangong's subordinates have a lot of opinions about us, why don't we part ways here? Xiaoyang said. Xiaoyang was not fond of this place, and even felt disgusted. He did not want to stay here any longer. Xiaoyang still had other things to do, and did not want to reveal too much here. Otherwise, if he were to play some tricks, it would be enough to torture Zhao Yun to death. Previously, Nan Gongyu had requested for Xiaoyang to enter the secret ground with her, but she did not expect such a thing to happen. She was afraid that she could not force him to go with her. If that's the case, I won't force you. I'll send the three of you to the secret ground today. Nan Gongyu said. Xiaoyang was startled. What did Nan Gongyu mean by this? Although the three of you have a pass, it's inevitable that you will be interrogated. Although it's not a big deal, it's still annoying. With me around, there will be less trouble. Nan Gongyu said. Xiaoyang waved his hand and said, There's no need to trouble you. Zhao Yunfu was not sure why the city lord was treating Xiaoyang so seriously. Or could it be that this kid's background was so powerful that even the city lord had to be wary of him? However, he did not receive any other information before this, so he had no idea what was going on. He could only endure it. Cultivator Xiao, there's no need to be angry. Just don't bring them along. I'm sure the three of you don't want any trouble. Nan Gongyu said. Xiaoyang frowned slightly. He was indeed unhappy now, and felt that if this continued, there would be a lot of unhappiness. Since City Lord Nangong has the heart, we'll just make a trip. It won't be much trouble. Xingtian said. Xingtian could also tell that Nan Gongyu was determined to be friendly to Xiaoyang. Since the other party had the heart, he would just fulfill his wish. Why should he go against her and cause them to part on bad terms? Xiaoyang glanced at Xingtian. Seeing that the other party had such intentions, he nodded. Immediately, Xiaoyang brought Xiaoman to the central region. Xingtian shook his head with a smile and immediately followed. After they left, Nan Gongyu glared at Zhao Yunfu. There was a hint of warning in her eyes. Immediately, Zhao Yunfu lowered his head guiltily, not daring to look again. Zhao Yunfu also did not understand. This matter was going according to his plan. So why did it end up like this? Chief Sun, please bring everyone to the secret ground of light. I'll wait for you there. Nan Gongyu said coldly. After saying that, Nan Gongyu chased after them. At this moment, Zhao Yunfu felt extremely helpless. Chapter 2965. In just a short sentence, the authority of Nangong City had undoubtedly fallen into Sun Yi's hands. However, Sun Yi did not feel that he had gained any advantage. Instead, he was somewhat worried. In the end, he was still an outsider. He was an existence without any foundation in the bright curse world. If he made any mistake, he would most likely be beaten to a point of no return. The bright curse world was indeed not xenophobic. However, the conflicts and suppression between the forces had never stopped. The reason why these problems did not erupt in Nangong City was because Sun Yi had always been showing weakness. Therefore, these conflicts were avoided. However, Zhao Yunfu was neglected because of his radical mistake. Letting Sun Yi lead him was undoubtedly pushing him to the front, leaving him with no way to retreat. Sun Yi had always been treading on thin ice in Nangong City to reach his current position. In the future, he would inevitably be attacked by both open and covert attacks. It was impossible to guard against them. At this moment, Zhao Yunfu was also staring at Sun Yi. His eyes were filled with hatred. Zhao Yunfu also did not understand why the one who benefited the most this time would be this nice old man. Xiaoyang and Xingtian walked in front, riding the wind. Because of Xiaoman, their pace wasn't very fast. After leaving Nangong City, Xiaoyang took out the flying ship. If they flew over by themselves, the losses would not be small. Not long later, Nan Gongyu caught up. She landed on the flying ship and smiled apologetically. Perhaps the people of the bright curse world would find it hard to understand. As the city lord, Nan Gongyu was actually so kind to Xiaoyang. She even had the intention to curry favor with him. Of course, Nan Gongyu was also forthright. She knew that if not for Xiaoyang's help, she would probably be tortured to death in the remaining 10 years. Although this was a business deal, and Xiaoyang had also made it clear that Nangong could see it that way. She would not completely think that way. It was just a pass. How could it be compared to his life? Which was more important? She could still weigh it clearly. Taoist Xiao, I'm really sorry. I don't know why Zhao Yunfu would act like this today. Nangong Yu said, helplessly. Naturally, today's events were not arranged by Nangong Yu. At the same time, he could not understand how things had developed to such a stage. Zhao Yunfu also seemed to have been possessed by a demon. He could not get along with Xiaoyang. It was hard for people to figure out what was going on. If it was for the sake of his position in her heart, there was no need for him to do this. As such, Nangong was clear that there were other reasons. It's just a small matter. I didn't take it to heart. Xiaoyang said indifferently as he stared at the sea of clouds ahead. Xiao Man happily ran into the airship and said that she would cook a good meal for Xiaoyang to calm his anger. Nangong was feeling helpless in her heart. Initially, she wanted to let Xiaoyang get to know Nangong Cheng and interact with him more. But he never expected that such a big mess would occur, making everyone unhappy. Mayor Nangong, you don't have to worry about it. If Xiaoyang says it's fine, then it's fine. You are indeed responsible for not looking after your family's vicious dog. You have to be more careful in the future. Xingtian laughed. Nangong nodded in agreement. He was in the wrong, so he had to accept whatever others said. Moreover, Xiaoyang and the other two's origins were too mysterious. The only thing they showed was enough to tell that they were not simple. As such, even if he could not form a good relationship with them, at least he could not offend them. But I'll give you a piece of advice. When a vicious dog doesn't care about its owner's face and even wants to lead its owner to do something, you have to think about whether you are its owner. Xingtian seemed to be saying it unintentionally, but it was also intentional. Hearing this, Nangong Yu's brows furrowed. Zhao Yunfu was indeed from the bright curse boundary. However, he did not come from Nangongcheng. He came from the north. Although his origins were clean, there were still some suspicious points. It was just that Nangong Yu treated people with sincerity, so she did not investigate. In addition, Zhao Yunfu had indeed worked hard all these years. His loyalty had reached a point where there was no doubt. Otherwise, how could Zhao Yunfu become the leader of the elders? However, his attitude toward Xiaoyang today was a little too different. It was even extremely abnormal. What was the reason for this? It was a little thought-provoking. Zhao Yunfu should be fine. He must be too nervous. Nangong Yu smiled. Nangong Yu had a balance in her heart. Zhao Yunfu's behavior today was indeed abnormal. However, she could not directly reject him because of this. She was angry before because she wanted Zhao Yunfu to reflect on himself. Once this incident was over, Zhao Yun's position in Nangong City would still be second only to one person and above everyone else. There's one more thing. We only know that you were poisoned by the heart-devouring cicada. However, we don't know how you were poisoned. Xingtian said. Xiaoyang also raised his head and looked over. This was also one of the points that he was confused about. The heart-devouring cicada was not a simple poison. After it entered the body, it was impossible to not notice it. There's also a trace of consciousness hidden in the heart-devouring cicada. It's very weak and will shatter with a light touch. There are no clues. Xiaoyang added. Hearing this, Nangong could not help but frown. All along, Nangong knew that this was the scheme of his enemy. However, he could not find out who did it. Why would they use such a despicable method to torture him to death? He had a suspect, but he could not confirm it. When I discovered the heart-devouring cicada, it was already in my heart. It was also because the poison was in my heart that I did not directly crush it. Otherwise, I would have lost my life. Nangong said with some pain. That was a time that he did not want to recall. It was too dark and torturous. However, before this, I had fought against an old enemy of mine. Both of us were seriously injured. If it wasn't for Zhao Yunbu's appearance, I'm afraid that my old enemy and I would have ended up in mutual destruction, Nan Gongyu said. This was also the reason why Nan Gongyu would try her best to promote Zhao Yunfu. Although strength was one aspect, trust was the most important. This was how friends who had gone through life and death together were. Zhao Yunfu was also here. Xing Tian said with some playfulness. Nan Gongyu laughed carelessly at first. However, her face immediately changed. In the past, Nan Gongyu also thought that Zhao Yunfu might have done something. However, after thinking about it, it was impossible. At that time, Zhao Yunfu could have killed him. However, he did not. Therefore, Nan Gongyu dismissed this thought. However, this time, when Xiaoyang took out the heart-devouring cicada, his attitude changed so much that he even wanted to kill Xiaoyang. This was too abnormal. Chapter 2966. Now, Nan Gongyu was no longer calm. Thinking about it, there must be something fishy going on. But at the same time, there were many things that did not make sense. The power that Nan Gongqing gave Zhao Yunfu was even greater than some of the core members of the imperial clan. The glory that he had were countless. So why would he do that? Of course, these were all just guesses. But Nan Gongyu still felt a little uncomfortable. Once the seed of doubt was planted, it would become very scary. After the germinal organization, the other parties, every move would make people feel strange. They might even become the target of suspicion. Xing Tian did not want to dwell on this issue. After all, after he went to the secret realm of daylight, he would find Ming Jun for a battle to get back at him. In the future, he might not come here again. So he just needed to relax. Why should he think so much? As for what kind of fate Nan Gongqing would have in the future, it was not something that an outsider like him could interfere with. Some words could only be stopped before going too far. The main reason was that Zhao Yunbua had made him feel disgusted. If he didn't retaliate, Xing Tian wouldn't feel good. As for how Nan Gongyu would investigate Zhao Yunfu and find out the key to this matter, that was his business. Thank you for your advice. I will pay attention in the future. Nan Gongyu said as she frowned. There were too many suspicious points, and there were even many conflicts among them. It was almost impossible to think through it all in a short period of time. There were some things that couldn't be rushed. They could only wait until the other party gave themselves away. After a while, Xiao Man brought out some fragrant dishes, and Xiaoyang also invited Nan Gongyu to eat together as a token of appreciation. Nan Gongyu did not hesitate. She even took out 2 jars of good wine. Nan Gongyu's love for wine was a secret in the bright curse world. She had restrained herself in the past few decades because she was tortured by the heart-devouring cicada. Xiaoyang did not have a good impression of this drunkard, but it was not bad either. At least, it was not bad to work with such a forthright and bright person. It was a pity that the people under him were not kind enough. After a round of drinking, Xiaoyang laid down on the bow of the ship to rest. At the same time, he was calculating in his heart. Xing Tian then drank with Nan Gongyu and casually asked her about Ming Jun ever since Ming Jun left the Yin Flame world. The information he could obtain could be said to be very little. As for the battle in the Yin Flame realm, even Xing Tian felt that it was somewhat ridiculous. According to common sense, Ming Jun should not have been defeated so quickly. Therefore, no one could figure out what kind of clues were hidden in this. Therefore, if he could learn more, he might be able to analyze some clues so that he wouldn't be in the dark when the great battle arrived. Nan Gong, you also did not put on any airs of a city lord. Right now, she treated him like a friend and told him everything that she knew. Even though Nan Gongyu held a high position, she did not know much about Ming Jun. Ming Jun had always been in seclusion in the bright deity sect's thousand-ceasing peak and rarely came out. Moreover, Ming Jun was also very low-key, so the information that leaked out was also very little. As for some rumors, they were nothing more than the imaginations of many people, causing some so-called worshippers to go crazy. Fellow Taoist, are you very interested in Ming Jun? Nan Gongyu frowned slightly and asked. It could be said that these people had intentionally or unintentionally asked about Ming Jun several times. Therefore, Nan Gongyu could not help but think more about it. Perhaps there was really some secret in it. That was hard to say. It's nothing. I used to be his old enemy. However, after he came to the Bright Curse realm, there was no news about him, Xing Tian said indifferently. In these days of contact, Xing Tian felt that Nan Gongyu was indeed a good person. There was no harm in telling her some things. At least some things were clear, and he did not have to continue guessing and speculating. This way, he could save a lot of trouble. Why not? At this moment, Nan Gongyu's expression could not help but change. She looked at Xing Tian with more respect. Ming Jun's old enemy was not a simple person. He might be on the same level as Ming Jun. Nan Gongyu already knew the reason why they came to the Bright Curse realm this time. They were probably here to look for Ming Jun. As for the opening of the Bright Day Secret Realm, their arrival was just a coincidence. Since they happened to see it, they might as well go in and take a look. They might even meet Ming Jun. After all, if they directly went to the Bright God sect to challenge them, it would be very risky. At the same time, Nan Gongyu was glad that she did not fall out with them. Instead, she tried her best to maintain her relationship with them. Otherwise, if they fought, Nan Gongcheng might not be able to gain any benefits. She might even be targeted by the forces behind them. Of course, what made Nan Gongyu even more fearful was the forces behind these two geniuses. After all, Xiao Yang's maidservants were all third-level martial emperors. From this, it could be seen that they were very powerful. However, what Nan Gongyu did not know was that they were the peak of their respective worlds. What kind of powerful background and forces would they have to support them? Although the Bright God sect is more open-minded and will not be as protective as the Cursed God sect, Ming Jun's identity is not ordinary. However, Ming Jun's identity is not ordinary. If you want to harm him, you have to think twice. Nan Gongyu said in a deep tone. Ming Jun was known as the top genius of the Bright God sect, and was greatly favored by the sect leader. If something were to happen to him, the Bright God sect would not turn a blind eye to it. City Lord Nangong, there's no need to worry. Ming Jun and I are only here to see who's stronger, not to fight to the death. You don't have to worry. The storm will not appear, and it will not affect your Nangong city, Xing Tian said with a calm smile. Nan Gongyu smiled apologetically. If something were to happen to Ming Jun, it would be hard to say. As Nangong City had received these three geniuses, they would be implicated to some extent. Nan Gongyu had no choice but to leave it to fate. As the flying boat passed by the territory of the Cursed God sect, some elders came forward to investigate. However, when they saw Nan Gongyu on the boat, they quickly let the boat pass. Face was important. Although Nangong City was under the Cursed God sect, his status as the city lord was not low. There were some trivial matters, but with Nan Gongyu's appearance, it was no longer a problem. 3 days later, the flying boat arrived at the central region, and they saw the entrance to the Bright God sect's secret realm. Chapter 2967. The entrance to the secret realm was on top of a tall mountain. The entrance glowed with white light, making people feel reverence. In front of the white light, there were 2 tall stone pillars. There were engravings on them, and the engravings were strange and twisted. They were both glowing with white light. It was obvious that they had merged with the entrance to the secret realm. Good technique. Looking at the 2 stone pillars, Xiaoyang couldn't help but exclaim. The 2 stone pillars were obviously not from the secret realm. They were obviously added later. However, to be able to merge them with the entrance to the secret realm, it was obvious how brilliant this technique was. Xiaoyang seemed to have seen the engravings on the stone pillars before, but he couldn't remember where. He only felt that they were familiar. Xiaoyang had learned many things, and with the memories of his previous life, he had seen and heard many things. It wasn't easy for him to remember everything in such a short time. Therefore, he felt a little helpless now. If he could see through the engravings on the stone pillars, he might be able to find some clues. He might even be able to deduce the background of the stone pillars. But in a hurry, it was like a fleeting memory, and it was difficult to grasp the root of it. Sometimes it was just like that. The more you wanted to think things through, the more you couldn't figure out the general situation. You could only sigh helplessly as you gazed at the ocean. The two god pillars were set up by the two almighties who founded the Curse God sect and the Bright God sect, Nangongyu said proudly. It could be said that the appearance of the two god pillars represented the highest level of runes in the Bright Curse realm. Once, there was an 8th level almighty who wanted to force his way into the secret realm of daylight to investigate. However, under the protection of the divine pillars, he was unable to do anything. In the end, died. Nangongyu continued. Hearing this, Xingtian's expression changed. At the same time, he felt a lingering fear. Xingtian was prepared to force his way in. At that time, he felt that even if there were almighties guarding this place, as long as they found the right opportunity, they could succeed. However, who would have thought that the power of the two god pillars would be so terrifying? Of course, it made people tremble. If they tried to force their way in, they might end up like the 8th Order powerhouse, dying with regret. In fact, one only needed to think about it for a while to find the clues. If they would find a chance to barge in, then many powerful people from the outer realms would not rely on the major forces in the Bright Curse realm. When the time came, they would all rush forward. Riches and honor came from danger. Anyone could enter the daylight mystic realm. However, the fate of that rank 8 almighty being was enough to explain many problems. As long as the divine pillar did not fall, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Therefore, they could only follow the rules of the Bright Curse realm. Once they violated the rules, the consequences would be terrifying. Xiaoyang was still sizing up the two divine pillars. At the same time, he was also pondering where he had seen such a similar picture before. However, the answer never appeared in front of his eyes, and Xiaoyang couldn't help but feel a little anxious. It is indeed a good move. Xingtian smiled awkwardly and sighed. It was not without reason that the Bright Curse realm could become the overlord of the surrounding worlds. Their foundation was so deep that it made people feel sad. It is said that the entrance to the daylight mystic realm was very unstable in the past. Sometimes, even if a martial emperor went in, if they encountered a storm, they might end up dying suddenly, Nangongyu said in a deep voice. This was not an ordinary instability. Anyone who went in could lose their life. The appearance and strength of the storm are strange and unpredictable. Many powerful people or genius disciples have died. The two powerful people of the Cursed God sect and the Bright God sect created these two divine pillars. Only then did they suppress the storm that appeared when the entrance to the daylight mystic realm clashed with this world, Nangongyu said. Xingtian nodded. At the same time, his expression became much more serious. I think the grade of these divine pillars is not at the level of a spiritual weapon. It might even be higher. It should be a top magic weapon, Xingtian said in a deep voice. Nangongyu nodded and said, Cultivator Xingtian, don't think too much. In the past, there were powerful people who wanted to steal the divine pillars and refine them into their own divine weapons. However, after many powerful people died under the divine pillars, no one dared to have such thoughts anymore. The fact that the divine pillars could suppress the storm that appeared when the daylight mystic realm clashed with this world showed how much power and magic it contained. Moreover, such a precious item could be said to be the lifeline of the two sections. How could there be no one guarding it? Why would I have such thoughts? Xingtian laughed awkwardly. What Xingtian had thought of was already done by others. However, they used their lives to warn everyone that the two divine pillars could not be taken away by just anyone. It could even be said that no one could do it. Nangongyu only smiled. Some thoughts did not need to be exposed. Therefore, he only needed to give an appropriate reminder. Then, Xiaoyang also put away the flying ship. Under Nangong Yu's lead, they walked towards the divine pillars. Master, I think I've seen similar carvings on one of the divine pillars before. Xiao Man said in a low voice. Once this was said, even Nangong Yu was shocked. Where did this girl see it before? It seemed like their background was not simple. Perhaps they knew a lot. Where? Xiaoyang asked in a low voice. Even Xiaoyang did not think that Xiao Man would have seen it before. This was truly a surprise. Instantly, Nangong Yu and Xing Tian perked up their ears. They wanted to hear where they had seen such similar carvings before. On Princess Mingzhu's scabbard, there is a small carving that is very similar to the carvings on the divine pillar. Xiao Man said, during the war against the White Bear tribe in the realm of beasts, Princess Mingzhu had always been stationed in the realm of drifting clouds. Xiao Man had seen her a few times. Because Princess Mingzhu was too special and was revered by others, Xiao Man's memories were especially clear. Of course, at that time, Xiao Man also thought that Princess Mingzhu could become a wife and paid more attention to her. After this point was revealed, Xiaoyang frowned slightly. At the same time, he began to ponder. Indeed, on the scabbard of Princess Mingzhu's sword, there were some similarities with the carvings at the bottom of the divine pillar on the left. Although there were differences in terms of form, in terms of spirit, they were very compatible. In the Great Thousand World, there was a high probability of similarity in form. However, the probability of similarity in spirit was very small. Could it be that there was some connection between the bright curse realm and the realm of the gods? It was not impossible. Back then, the realm of the gods fell from the middle realm to the small realm. Chapter 2968. It was rumored that the realm of the gods was more powerful back then, but because it was too overbearing, it offended many worlds. Under the siege, its vitality was greatly damaged, which was why it fell into the 3,000 small worlds. At that time, the realm of the gods had people traveling outside, so it was normal that they did not fall into the 3,000 small worlds. However, this matter could not be completely confirmed. To determine whether they were related to the realm of the gods with just a few inscriptions, it was a little too hasty. If not a single one would be left behind, and it would mess up the matter. Maybe it's a coincidence, Xiaoyang said indifferently. Although he had some plans in his heart, he still had to ask the realm of the gods before he could make a judgment. Lil Man responded. Then she looked a little downcast. She felt that she could not have been mistaken. Xing Tian and Nangong Yu smiled indifferently, and they did not continue to ask. At the same time, Xing Tian did not believe it. Others might not know, but how could he not know? Xiaoyang had ascended from the 3,000 small worlds, so how could he be related to the powerful, bright curse realm? Therefore, they only needed to think about the problem for a while to come to a conclusion. There was no need to doubt anything. Nangong Yu walked in front and led the three of them up the mountain. Due to the rules of this place, it was not impossible for them to fly up forcefully. However, if they angered the elder who was guarding the gate, they would not be able to bear the consequences. The identity of the city, Lord of Nangong City, was indeed quite important in the bright curse realm. However, in front of the top figures of the two sects, it was still not enough. In the end, it was because they were not strong enough. This was the most important point. It could be said that most of the rules in the bright curse realm were set by the two sections. Why? Because they were the strongest and could control the bright curse realm. There was not much in the mountain. After all, those who could enter the secret realm of the light had already gone in to find their own opportunities. Why would they linger around here? If they could not enter, no matter how long they walked, they would not be able to enter. Therefore, there was no point in staying here. However, when they were halfway up the mountain, they could see groups of people. They were all chatting in their own territories. Obviously, they were waiting for their companions. Therefore, they were not in a hurry to enter. After all, finding a fortuitous encounter did require luck. However, whether or not one was able to grasp it in one's hands depended on one's strength. Killing and seizing treasures was something that was tacitly understood. Not to mention that the fortuitous encounters in the daylight secret realm were so heavy, so how could they easily allow it to fall into the hands of others? Once they were robbed, if they were not strong enough, they would only end up with regret. Therefore, it wasn't a bad choice to call on friends and help each other. During this period of time, there were also a few cultivators who came over to greet Nangongyu, but they were all dismissed with a smile. Although Nangongyu was a forthright person, dealing with so many cultivators one by one would take an unknown amount of time. Moreover, he was here to escort Xiaoyang and the others into the secret realm without being disturbed. Naturally, he couldn't waste too much time on his own matters. When he reached the top of the mountain, Xiaoyang subconsciously walked towards the god pillar and began to study the inscriptions on it. At the same time, he also sensed two unfathomable auras, so he didn't dare to brazenly replicate them. If he could replicate the inscriptions on these two god pillars and transmit them to the god realm, he would be able to find out if there was any connection between them. But now he could only rely on his own memory to memorize it, then think of a way to replicate it and send it to the god realm. Little Dal Nangong, this old man heard from your family's juniors that you were poisoned by some strange poison. So this time you had no choice but to give up on entering the secret realm. Why are you here today? A hearty voice sounded. In front of the divine pillar, two old men with white hair and beards appeared. Instantly, Xiaoyang almost jumped in shock. Looking at the old men who suddenly appeared, he smiled awkwardly. He could only sense their presence, but he didn't know where they were. He didn't expect that they were actually hiding in the god pillar. Elder Jiang, Elder Duan, I was indeed poisoned by the heart-devouring cicada. Fortunately, fellow Xiao helped me, so I was able to survive. Nangongyu cupped her hands and bowed, giving a junior's greeting. He was the lord of a city, the leader of one of the 2 sects, 3 clans, and 4 cities. Being called a little doll by these 2 old men, he didn't have any resentment, and even felt that it was his honor. Elder Jiang and Elder Duan were the supreme elders of the Cursed God sect and the Bright God sect, respectively. Their cultivation was profound, and they were extremely powerful. It was rumored that they had lived for tens of thousands of years and had experienced even more storms. In the Bright Curse realm, these 2 elders could be said to be of virtue and prestige. It could be said that in the Cursed realm, there was almost no seniority between the 2 of them. Elder Jiang looked at the little guy in front of him curiously. He could tell at a glance that this little guy wasn't very old, and he didn't even have time to take a nap. But his cultivation was unbelievably high. In the Bright Curse realm, he could be considered one of the top people. They helped you get rid of the heart-devouring cicada's poison, and you gave the pass to the 3 of them in return. Elder Duan said indifferently. Nangongyu nodded and said, indeed. These 3 friends have given me a new lease of life. Only by repaying them in this way can I be considered worthy. Elder Duan smiled, but didn't say anything. Back then, they gave out the pass so that they could absorb the mighty figures of other worlds, and use this to make the Bright Curse realm stronger. Moreover, these 3 young people seemed to be quite talented. Their current strength could be considered a tyrant in the Bright Curse realm. If they could join the Bright Curse realm because of this, it could be considered a good thing. Nangongyu had such power. She could give the pass to whoever she wanted, and there was nothing to say. To have such a realm at such a young age, you're indeed impressive. Elder Duan's gaze fell on Xingtian, and he smiled. Xingtian didn't dare to be negligent and immediately cupped his hands in greeting. Facing such an unfathomable figure, how could he dare to offend him? Although you're a beast, you still understand the etiquette of us humans. Not bad. You can become our friend, Elder Duan said with a smile. Xingtian was exposed. Not only was he not angry at all, he was even a little afraid. Just how high was the cultivation of these 2 old men? Or just how wide were their horizons to be able to see through him in such a short period of time? The ability of these 2 elders was probably even more unfathomable. Chapter 2969. Nangong, you couldn't help but be stunned. He never knew what Nangong Yu's background was like. Now that he said it, he could only have a rough idea, but he couldn't be sure. However, at their level, their birth wasn't that important. After all, only strength could explain everything. What was the point of pursuing the origin? And the bright curse boundary wouldn't care about this. As long as they didn't cause trouble, everything could be discussed. Kid, why are you so interested in the inscriptions on the god pillar? Elder Jiang smiled. Xiaoyang smiled and nodded. He cupped his hands and said, "To be honest, I feel that there is a section of inscriptions that I saw from afar that I felt a sense of déjà vu. It's just that I couldn't recall it, so I want to take a closer look and see if I can recall anything." In front of these two unfathomable elders, Xiaoyang did not dare to hide anything from them. If there was something wrong, he would be suspected. By then, it was possible that he wouldn't be able to enter the secret territory. Therefore, Xiaoyang had no choice but to speak the truth. Nangong Yu frowned slightly. Xiaoyang's way of looking at the inscriptions on the god pillar was more or less overboard. But he didn't dare to speak now. With the two supreme elders of the two sects here, how could he, Nangong Yu, have the right to speak? Where have you seen it before? Since that's the case, you don't have to be anxious. Take your time. Elder Jiang immediately stepped aside. His emotionless face had a strange expression. In fact, even Elder Duan was looking at him expectantly. These two god pillars were forged by their secret technique. The inscriptions on them were secrets that couldn't be passed on. Of course, there was no harm in letting outsiders look. After all, the god pillars were placed here. Whoever wanted to look could look. But there were many people who came here to look, but there wasn't a single person who could comprehend the true meaning in these tens of thousands of years. In their opinion, those who could comprehend the inscriptions on the god pillars must be of the same Tao. Seeing Elder Jiang's reaction, Xiaoyang was a little embarrassed. Even his expression changed slightly. Now he realized that the other party's mentality was unusual. Since Elder Jiang had spoken, everyone was no longer anxious and allowed Xiaoyang to slowly observe. At the same time, Elder Jiang also channeled his own power into the divine pillar, starting to guide Xiaoyang to look at the direction of the power, hoping that he would be able to think of something. However, Elder Jiang still had some reservations. The operation method was also both real and fake. If he really knew, he would naturally be able to tell. The flow of power on this inscription is different from the one I saw. It must be a coincidence, Xiaoyang said with a faint smile. Xiaoyang had only seen how Princess Mingzhu operated, but he did not know many things about it. He only had a rough idea of how it worked, so he did not study the principles behind it. However, he could tell that even though the divine pillar was compatible with the technique used by Princess Mingzhu, there was still a huge difference. Elder Jiang laughed when he heard what Xiaoyang said. If Xiaoyang had really said the exact same thing, he might have directly beaten him down. There had always been many people who wanted to use various means to obtain the true meaning of the inscriptions in the god pillar. One only needed to try to find out what they were up to. Elder Duan's eyes were also filled with excitement. It seemed that some things that had been sealed for a long time were starting to take a turn for the better. Although it was illusory, if there was a chance to meet again, they were not willing to miss it. Where did you see similar inscriptions? Elder Duan asked with some anticipation. Xiaoyang nodded with a smile and said, "A friend's scabbard has a similar part, which is why I thought it looked familiar." After Lil Man's reminder, Xiaoyang recalled more places. For example, there were similar inscriptions on the walls of the divine capital. No wonder he found it familiar. He had seen it in the divine realm before, which was why he thought so. I wonder where your friend is. If it's possible, invite him over for a chat and discuss the mysteries of the inscriptions together. It's not impossible. Elder Duan took a deep breath and said with some excitement, "It would be best if they were really people of the same path." Xiaoyang shook his head and said, "That friend is traveling in the Trichiliocosm. It's hard to find him." There were some things that Xiaoyang could not say clearly. After all, It was not clear whether the two of them were friends or foes. If the divine realm was exposed, it was hard to say whether it would be a blessing or a curse. If it was a disaster as an ally, the flowing cloud world would also suffer because of it. Therefore, Xiaoyang was very clear about which was more important. Sometimes, when there were things that needed to be covered up, there was no room for ambiguity. Elder Jiang and Elder Duan shook their heads and sighed. If that was the case, it would be hard to say. Who knows when that friend will travel to the bright curse world? When that time comes, it's not impossible for us to meet again. Xiaoyang smiled and said, I hope so. Elder Jiang's mood also became much more downcast. Very quickly he returned to normal. Just like before, he was as calm as an ancient well. That hope that had suddenly risen seemed to have been extinguished in an instant. If the two elders don't mind, I can copy the part of the inscription that is similar. In the future, when I meet that friend, I can also let him take a look. Xiaoyang smiled and said. Elder Jiang frowned slightly. The two of them looked at each other and nodded. It could be said that most of the inscriptions on the divine pillars had been spread out. In the bright curse world, one only needed to think a little to obtain them. However, what one could obtain was only a picture. As for the true meaning within, it was naturally impossible to comprehend. Therefore, they allowed these things to be spread out. Even if they were given to you, I'm afraid it would be useless. Even if you copy all the inscriptions on the divine pillars, it's fine, Elder Jiang said indifferently. Xiaoyang nodded and said, Thank you, elders, for your kindness. Immediately, Xiaoyang also took out a pen and paper and began to copy. It was only a small part of the inscription, but it took a whole incense's time before Xiaoyang finished drawing it completely. Of course, Xiaoyang drew 2 copies. The other copy was not drawn on paper, but on the Pisces token. How much did this inscription have to do with the divine realm? As long as it was passed to the divine realm, there would be news soon. Is this enough? Elder Jiang asked with a smile. Xiaoyang said, If they are of the same origin, this is enough to see the clues. If not, even if I copy all the inscriptions, I won't be able to see the truth. Elder Jiang and Elder Duan both laughed. What this kid said was true. After a while of greetings, the sky gradually darkened. Xiaoyang bade farewell to the 2 elders and brought Xiao Man into the secret realm. Chapter 2970. Little Kid Nangong. Where did these 3 come from? Elder Duan asked after seeing the trio enter the mystical ground. Nangong was confused too. From what she knew, the Bright Deity Sect and the Cursed Deity Sect were their local forces. How could they be related to other worlds? Coincidentally, they seemed to be having a friendly conversation. These 3 came here suddenly. They came to the Bright Curse realm to train themselves. After knowing that the mystical ground was opened, they came to me to exchange for a badge. Nangong said honestly. Soon after, Nangong told him everything she knew. However, she did not mention that Xing Tian had come to look for Ming Jun. After all, Elder Duan of the Bright Deity Sect was here. If she were to tell them the truth, it might bring them some trouble. When Elder Jiang and Elder Duan heard these words, they were unable to find any suspicious points. It was as if these 3 outsiders had appeared out of nowhere. Actually, it couldn't be said to be sudden. Most of these young geniuses hoped to go out to gain tempering and seek fortuitous encounters in order to strengthen themselves. If they were to cultivate diligently in the mountains, their days would be dull and boring. Once they walked into a dead end, they would never be able to walk out of it. You're not planning to enter the mystical ground? Elder Jiang asked with a smile. Nangong replied, There are still some people in our city who have not arrived yet. I'm planning to enter together with them. Nangong excused herself after saying a few words. Talking to these 2 old monsters was extremely tiring for her. If she were to say something wrong and offend them, it would be a disaster for Nangong City. After Nangong left, Elder Duan's expression turned serious all of a sudden. Did you feel it just now? Elder Jiang nodded his head and said, "The aura of that force was indeed familiar." The two elders clearly sensed Xiaoyang's little trick of sending a message through the Pisces badge. If it were any other time, they would have questioned him thoroughly. However, due to the familiarity of that force, they did not make things difficult for him. If they were from the same lineage as them, they would be able to acknowledge their ancestors. It is indeed somewhat interesting. I wonder what our home is like now. Elder Jiang bitterly smiled as he shook his head and said, Elder Duan didn't think much of it and said, "We've never met that so-called home. Many things happened too long ago, and most of the things they knew were from the mouths of their fathers. No matter what, if this matter can be resolved, then the wishes of our ancestors can be fulfilled." Elder Jiang smiled. They had lived in the bright curse realm for tens of thousands of years and were even born in this world. They had long treated this place as their home. As for what their rumored hometown was like, they only knew about it from the mouths of their elders. It was tens of thousands of years ago that he heard these words. If it wasn't for the divine ability given to them by their bloodline, they would have long forgotten about this familiar power. Furthermore, without the bloodline, they would not be able to become one with the two divine pillars and coexist with each other. I only hope that this young man will not disappoint us. After all, we have given him so much patience. Elder Jiang smiled. Elder Duan also nodded with a smile. He felt that the unfinished business would always be a knot in his heart. It would be best if they could solve it this time. Of course, the probability of that was very small. Their ancestors had spent tens of thousands of years and were still unable to solve the puzzle. Some things could not be rushed and could only be left to fate. If we succeed, it might not be good news for us, Elder Duan suddenly said in a somewhat serious manner. Elder Jiang frowned when he heard that. In that case, it seemed to make some sense. They had long been used to the days here. If they had to move in the future, they would probably have a lot of discomfort. Fallen leaves return to their roots and rest in peace, Elder Jiang said in a deep voice. Immediately, Elder Duan stopped talking. At the same time, there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. Xiaoyang and the other two had been in the secret realm for a long time. Everywhere they looked, there was light. The sky was full of white clouds. Gradually, Xiaoyang began to understand why this place was called the Bright Day Secret Realm. The reason was very simple. There was no difference between day and night here. There was only light. There was no sun here. There were only white clouds that lit up the entire land. This place seemed to be incomparably clean and did not tolerate the slightest bit of filth or dirt. In the beginning, the three of them were not used to it. This place made them feel as if there were no secrets. It was as if they were naked and could be seen clearly at a glance. This place could be said to be very bad for them. Lil Man was also extremely uncomfortable. Xiaoyang had to use his special ability to dig a cave and then seal the cave entrance. He felt much better when he was in the dark. Xiaoyang sat on top of the mountain peak and looked at the endless expanse of whiteness. A bitter smile appeared on his face. Although they had heard some information about the Bright Day Secret Realm from Nangongyu, they had only heard about it. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, it was truly shocking. Xingtian was not feeling well either. However, his mind was relatively strong, so he was able to endure it. "This place suppresses my power," Xingtian said softly. Xiaoyang nodded and said, "Maybe it's because we're not used to this world yet." Xingtian just smiled and didn't say anything else. Speaking of which, it was true. The aura here was too strange. It was normal that they were not used to it. The general environment here could only be described as open and above board. It was not that Xiaoyang and Xingtian had any unspeakable thoughts in their hearts. It was just that staying in such a bright environment made people feel uncomfortable. Most of the time, cultivators would adapt to the changes in heaven and earth. Their bodies would also adjust according to the seasons. However, this place was very different from the environment they experienced outside. Therefore, Xiaoyang could also understand why the entrance of the secret realm needed the two divine pillars to suppress it. The aura of the secret realm and the bright curse realm were too different. Therefore, there was a conflict and an extremely terrifying storm. Xiaoyang thought and said, I don't know when Lil Man will be able to adapt. If Brother Xingtian has something to do, you can leave first. Xingtian waved his hand and said, What are you saying? Not to mention, Lil Man. Even I haven't recovered yet. In the end, they were not from the bright curse realm. Therefore, it was still difficult for them to adapt to the aura here. Chapter 2971. Xiaoyang had been to many places, but the aura here made it difficult for him to get used to it. The main reason was that the daytime secret realm was too special. The aura it emitted was indeed very uncomfortable for many people. As long as one was born here, the little bit of darkness or miscellaneous thoughts in one's heart would be expanded infinitely and then roasted under the scorching sun. The most important thing was that it was a psychological test. It was very terrifying. This made Xiaoyang think of another secret realm, which was the divine tomb. There was no sun in the divine tomb. Everything was the opposite of the daytime secret realm. The divine tomb had always been dark, and the death aura it contained would make people feel depressed. If one's Tao heart was not stable, it was very easy to get lost and become a living dead. Of course, it was better to say that they were living dead. In the true sense, they were slaves. In the God realm, many people had absorbed too much death aura. In addition to their unstable Tao heart, they had become dead spirits. They would forever be in the divine tomb, unable to extricate themselves. The light of this place and the darkness of the divine tomb formed an incomparably sharp contrast. The two were like two extremes. No matter which point it was very uncomfortable. In this way, Xiaoyang also made a small comparison between the two. However, the conclusion he reached in the end did not satisfy him. Although the daytime secret realm and the divine tomb were two extremes, it was not far-fetched to think that they were related just because of this point. After an unknown period of time, Xiaoman's condition slowly stabilized, and she began to move forward with Xiaoyang. It could be said that this place was a very big test for the Tao heart. Moreover, this was not a short period of time. As long as one stayed in the secret realm, they would always be tested like this. Therefore, those who could endure and leave the daytime secret realm would have a very strong state of mind. It was also because Xiaoyang had experienced the divine tomb that he was able to act normal and adapt in the shortest amount of time. Xingtian was also very uncomfortable in the beginning. When he first arrived, he was sweating profusely and almost went crazy. If Xiaoyang hadn't stopped him in time, Xingtian might have lost himself in this indulgence and stayed in this place forever. This was also the reason why Xiaoyang let Xingtian go first, but he didn't leave. Once he left Xiaoyang, Xingtian couldn't be sure when his mentality would subtly change. Even he didn't know. It was also because of this that Xingtian became more and more aware of the severity of this matter. He absolutely could not act recklessly, so much so that every step had to be taken with incomparable caution. Fortunately, only the sky was filled with white clouds. There were other colors on the ground, such as the green of the leaves, the red of the flowers, the clear of the river, and so on. If this place was just an endless expanse of whiteness, it would really be unbearable. However, when they arrived, all they saw was an endless expanse of whiteness. Even their minds were shaken by the whiteness. It was as if they were about to fall into a bottomless abyss, unable to look back. Fortunately, everything was not as bad as they had imagined, and they gradually came back to their senses. "Young master, this place makes me feel very insecure," Xiaoman said timidly. Xiaoyang rubbed Xiaoman's head and said, "Don't be afraid. With me here, nothing will be a problem." Xiaoman also nodded solemnly. This was indeed the case in her opinion. Ever since the young master stood up, no matter what kind of problem was a problem to him, it was no longer a problem and could be easily solved. The young master seemed to be omnipotent. As long as one followed him, there would definitely be no mistakes. Xing Tian trailed behind, looking a little lonely. However, he didn't care and just followed closely behind. At the same time, Xing Tian also observed the surroundings, hoping to find some clues. However, the end result was that he found nothing. Of course, he found nothing because he wanted to feel at ease. Xiao Yang and Xing Tian also walked around a lot during this period of time, and at the same time they also investigated many things in this place. They discovered a very interesting thing, and that was that the flowers, plants, and trees here seemed to be lifeless. No matter how green they looked, after careful inspection, they found that they contained a wave of spiritual power, but there was no vitality that a living creature had. Every plant and tree here seemed to be nurtured by spiritual power, and they were constantly growing. They walked through many places, and even caught the fish in the stream and carefully dissected them. Not to mention plants like trees, even animals like fish were formed by spiritual power. When they first saw the lifeless eyeballs, they had an estimate. However, when they dissected the fish and found that it turned into a wisp of spiritual power that drifted between heaven and earth, they could only be speechless. This daytime secret realm could be said to be very mysterious. At the same time, they couldn't help but wonder what kind of place this was, and whether there were native living creatures. However, on second thought, they felt that if a living creature could be nurtured under such soil, it would probably be a great miracle in the world. When the water was too clear, there would be no fish. This was the meaning of the daytime secret realm. The light here was mechanical and cold. It didn't make people feel hopeful, and it even made people feel despair. As such, even martial royal realm powerhouses like them felt a chill down their spines as they walked through this land. It was likely that those who had yet to reach the martial emperor realm would only be courting death if they came here. With King Wu's Dao heart, those who didn't have a strong will would lose themselves here in a short period of time. Do you think those cultivators who die here will become nourishment for this world? Xing Tian suddenly thought of something and asked. Cultivators condensed a lot of energy. Once they die, all of it will return to heaven and earth. Very likely, Xiao Yang answered, but he also felt uneasy. If that was the case, then things were much worse than they thought. This was a secret realm, but no one said that it was a blessed land. On the contrary, for many cultivators, this place was a place of great danger. We still know too little about this secret realm. Xiao Yang couldn't help but laugh. Looking at the white clouds in the sky, he also smiled bitterly. Although Xiao Yang was gradually getting used to the aura of this land, he still felt that something was wrong. He even felt a little scared. Chapter 2972. Imperceptible changes were the most terrifying. One might not even know when one had stepped into the abyss and only feel that everything was logical. When they had really reached that step, it was almost impossible to turn back. When Nangong you said that this place was filled with opportunities and there were no opportunities everywhere, I thought that she was joking. Now it seems that it is not without reason. Xing Tian sighed. There were opportunities everywhere, and it was an experience for their mental state. Once they could persevere and maintain their Tao heart after leaving, they would benefit immensely. The so-called no opportunities everywhere meant that it was not easy to find an opportunity that belonged to oneself in this mystic realm. They had already walked to many places, but no matter how they observed, they could not find any signs of opportunities. Opportunities had always depended on fate. It was not easy to find them. Moreover, the daylight mystic realm had been explored countless times. How could it be that there were opportunities everywhere? The people who had entered in the past had probably snatched away 70 to 80% of the opportunities here. It was not easy to find the remaining ones, but sometimes it was just a matter of luck. If one could encounter those good opportunities, it would be a considerable gain. Let's take one step at a time. Xiao Yang smiled bitterly. Now, Xiao Yang could also understand why there were so few rumors about the daylight mystic realm. Presumably, those who had left this place were not willing to recall the torture here. Xing Tian kicked a stone away, looking a little depressed. It could be said that Xing Tian's character had unknowingly become much more irritable in this place. Being here, he felt very uncomfortable no matter where he was. Everything he saw was not pleasing to the eye. The sound of the stone being kicked away made him even more annoyed. If Xiaoyang wasn't here, Xing Tian might have revealed his true nature and gone crazy, venting all the unhappiness in his heart. However, this sort of suppression only made Xing Tian feel even more stifled. The anger in his heart was getting bigger and bigger. It was hard to say when it would become a time bomb. Once it exploded, the consequences would be extremely terrifying. Looking at the impatient Xing Tian, Xiaoyang could only shrug helplessly. He really couldn't find a solution to this problem. Of course, if a person's self-cultivation was high enough, overcoming it naturally wouldn't be a problem. However, Xing Tian was a ferocious beast. What they cared about was the strength of their bodies and bodies. As for the cultivation of the heart, it could be said that they had always abandoned it like a worn-out shoe. Even though Xing Tian was different, he was still lacking in terms of mental cultivation. Although Xiao Man looked very uncomfortable at the beginning, she looked much calmer than Xing Tian now. The three of them felt helpless as they walked on this seemingly white land. At the same time, they weren't in a hurry. Some fortuitous encounters were hard to come by in 1,000 years, and they could be said to be something that could only be chanced upon by luck. How could it be so easy to find? In any case, they had plenty of time. They could take their time to search. Furthermore, not everyone who entered the mystic realm would be able to find their own fortuitous encounter. In the end, there were still cultivators who didn't manage to find anything. However, this depended on luck and couldn't be forced. After walking for a long time, Xiao Man felt a little tired and sat down to rest. Of course, they weren't tired physically, but mentally. It was very exhausting to stay true to one's heart all the time. Actually, there's no need to completely resist the invasion of this world on your mental state. Just accept it calmly. There's nothing that can't be seen. Even if you can't see it, it's fine as long as you feel like you can see it. However, remember not to be affected. That way, you can relax a little. Xiao Yang reminded the two of them when he saw that they were tired. Xiao Man lowered her head when she heard this. She was a little conflicted. Xing Tian nodded in agreement, but it was obvious that his eyes were full of conflict. It wasn't that Xing Tian didn't trust Xiao Yang, but he didn't know if he could still control himself if he did this. If anything went wrong, he might fall into an abyss of eternal damnation. Xiao Yang didn't force the issue. He had already explained everything he knew. It was up to Xing Tian to decide if he wanted to accept it or not. After struggling for a long time, Xing Tian began to follow Xiao Yang's instructions and tried to accept and integrate with this world. If he continued to fight against this world, it would be a very bad thing. It could be said that he was fighting against it all the time, and it would consume a lot of his energy. Xing Tian failed the first time and almost went crazy. However, Xiao Yang reminded him in time and prevented him from causing trouble. Seeing that Xiao Yang was backing him up, Xing Tian's courage grew a lot, and he began to open up his heart. If you want to see this world clearly, I'll let you see it. What else can you do after seeing it? After repeating this a few times, Xing Tian began to become more familiar with it. The pressure he received gradually decreased. After the two of them gradually stabilized, the three of them continued to move forward. Along the way, Xiao Man and Xing Tian's expressions became much more relaxed. However, Xing Tian looked a little strange. There was always a faint smile on his face, which made people feel a little strange. It even made people feel a chill down their backs. No one knew what this guy was thinking, but looking at his current state, it was indeed very strange. Xiao Yang wouldn't say anything as long as Xing Tian's behavior didn't cross the line. Everyone had their own path to walk. Xiao Yang could only ensure that he didn't take the wrong path. He couldn't help him regulate every step. After this period of cooperation, the relationship between Xiao Yang and Xing Tian was a little strange no matter how one looked at it. They weren't enemies and they weren't friends. It was said that there was no time in the mountains. In the daytime secret realm, there was no sun or moon. It was difficult to determine the specific time. They could calculate the time deliberately and still have a rough idea. However, if there was a mistake in that part, then their calculation would be wrong and even inaccurate. Xiao Yang didn't care about that. As long as there was no news from the Yin Flame spirit, the flowing cloud realm was safe and sound. He didn't need to worry. Now, the three of them were like ascetic monks walking on this land. After walking for an unknown period of time, Xiaoyang saw a unique stone tablet. Chapter 2973. The reason why Xiaoyang felt that the stone tablet was special was because of the inscriptions engraved on it. During this period of time, Xiaoyang had also seen the words of the bright curse realm. However, the words on the stone tablet did not seem to belong to the bright curse realm. On the contrary, the words on the stone tablet were somewhat similar to the inscriptions he saw in the tomb of the gods. What's wrong with that stone tablet? Xingtian also saw some clues and asked. Xiaoyang did not answer. Instead, he ran over directly. He looked at the inscriptions on the stone tablet and gradually frowned. Since coming out of the tomb of the gods, Xiaoyang also learned the words of the god realm. The words on the stone tablet were somewhat similar to the words of the god realm. It must be an ancient thing. After reading carefully, Xiaoyang could only recognize 1/3 of the text. Based on this, Xiaoyang was able to determine that the technique recorded on the scroll was an offensive technique. However, because he could not recognize all the words, it was undoubtedly a fool's dream to want to learn this technique. Back then, Xiaoyang could learn many things in the tomb of the gods because of the divine charm hidden in the stone tablet. He could learn by following a gourd's drawing. However, there was no divine intent in it. The biggest difference between the inscriptions here and the inscriptions in the tomb of the gods was this. In other words, there was divine intent in the inscriptions, but it was taken away by someone else. The words on this stone tablet are very similar to the words in the tomb of the gods. Xiaoyang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. When these words came out, Xiaoman could not help but cover her mouth subconsciously. In other words, this secret realm is related to the god realm. Xiaoman felt that it was a bit unbelievable and said in surprise. Xingtian heard such words, and at the same time he was somewhat shocked. He only knew that the god realm was promoted from the 3,000 small worlds. However, he did not expect that the small worlds had many connections with the middle worlds. Suddenly, Xingtian thought of another point. Xiaoyang could be said to have made great contributions in the two wars. However, he was not the leader of the Four-Realm Alliance. Therefore, he should be able to think of something. If the immortal realm did not have a strong enough foundation, how could it possibly be able to take the lead? Thinking of this, Xingtian helplessly laughed bitterly. Fortunately, after obtaining the horned dragon's inheritance, he no longer had any thoughts of invading. Otherwise, once an all-out war broke out, it was hard to say who would emerge victorious in the end. Thinking of this, Xingtian also felt that some things couldn't be looked at too simply. Otherwise, it would be hard to say when the time came. When I entered the secret realm, I already copied the inscriptions I saw outside to Princess Mingzhu. She hasn't replied yet, so I don't know what's going on. Xiaoyang sighed. Right now, they were only at the stage of suspicion. Whether or not it was true still required confirmation from the god realm. Then let's bring the stone tablet back and ask Princess Mingzhu to take a look at it. Then we'll know if the daytime secret realm is related to them or not, Xiaoman said with a grin. Xiaoyang nodded. Then he uprooted the stone tablet and kept it in his pocket. However, as soon as the stone tablet was accepted, the surroundings immediately became turbulent. Even the surrounding aura began to become somewhat irritable. It was as if it was angry that its master's item had been taken away. Xiaoyang looked around. At the same time, he was also feeling the changes in his surroundings. The turbulence caused by the stone tablet made him feel uneasy. It was as if the stone tablet had been here for too long and had become one with the heaven and earth. Pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. Interesting, Xing Tian said and rolled up his sleeves. After coming here, Xing Tian felt extremely uncomfortable. There was a fire in his heart. If he could vent it out now, it would naturally be the best thing. He wanted to see what kind of demon this unique, mystic realm was capable of, and whether it could frighten him to death. Xiao Yang felt the turbulence in his surroundings. He realized that there was no pattern to it. It was as if the eye of the formation had been broken and a riot had begun to appear. Wherever the storm passed, countless flowers and trees turned into specks of white light and disappeared from the heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, the heaven and earth looked like a wasteland. There was no life to speak of here. There were only changes in spiritual energy. No need to be anxious, Xiaoyang said in a deep voice. Xing Tian nodded. At the same time, he also felt some clues. The storm's momentum was very strong, but for some reason it quickly weakened. Not long after, the storm that was constantly absorbing spiritual energy turned into a strong wind in the blink of an eye. After that, there was nothing else. Soon, Xiaoyang looked up and looked at a hillside. With a glance, he saw two men in brocade clothes. One of them was holding a seal. It was obvious that the dissipation of the storm just now was their masterpiece. Lil Man patted his chest and said, "This place is really magical. What happened here is even more unfathomable." Given Lil Man's cultivation, he naturally could not see any clues. Xing Tian smiled faintly and said, "It's not that this place is magical. Someone helped us." Lil Man was stunned when he heard that. His eyes kept darting around, looking for the helper that they were talking about. However, Xing Tian did not say his next sentence. Even without their help, with the intensity of the storm just now, they could have dealt with it. However, since the other party had given them kindness, they could only accept it. They could not reject their kindness. "Let's go over and take a look," Xing Tian asked in a low voice. Xiaoyang nodded and immediately jumped up. In a few steps, he reached the hillside. After getting closer, he could see clearly that of the two men in brocade clothes, one was dressed in a carefree manner and had an unruly manner. He was the one who dispersed the storm. The other was tall and sturdy, giving off a very reliable and peaceful feeling. "Thank you for your help, fellow cultivators, for allowing us to avoid the disaster of the storm," Xiaoyang cupped his hands and said with a smile. The carefree man smiled faintly and said, "Judging from your accent, the three of you must not be from the bright spell boundary. That's why you didn't know the taboo of this place and triggered the spiritual tornado storm." Xiaoyang nodded and smiled awkwardly. They knew very little about the Bright Day's secret realm. Sometimes it was hard to say what kind of taboo they had violated. "We were ignorant. Please don't blame us, fellow cultivators," Xiaoyang cupped his hands again and said honestly. Lil Man also cupped her hands and bowed. She felt that if she had not suggested to accept the stone tablet, there would not have been such a troublesome matter. Fortunately, it was only a scare and no trouble. Chapter 2974. The man was not bothered by it. Don't blame yourself. "Which sect are you from? Didn't they tell you about these taboos?" Although the realm of daytime was full of fortunate encounters, it was also full of dangers. Most of them were common occurrences, and every powerful faction would have some records about them, so they would know about them before entering the realm of daytime. However, these three people looked like hotheads. It was really hard to figure out what was going on. "I'm Xiaoyang from Nangong City. This is Xing Tian, and this is my sister, Xiaoman." Xiaoyang brought his fists together and introduced. The man returned the greeting and said, "I'm Nie Yuan from the Wind Summoning Sect, and this is my senior brother, Li Hu." Li Hu nodded his head, giving off a prideful feeling. "Why didn't you three travel together with the people of Nangong City? Or did you have some conflict with them, which is why they didn't tell you about it and wanted you to die in the realm of daytime?" Nie Yuan asked smilingly. Xiaoyang frowned slightly. Of course, he knew that he did not ask about it, and they did not notice it either. It was normal for them to not know about it. It would be unreasonable if they were to blame Nangong City because of this. If Nangong City can't accept you three, the wind-summoning sect will welcome you with open arms. Nie Yuan said smilingly. Only Nie Yuan would dare to poach them in such a blatant manner. Xiaoyang shook his head smilingly and said, "We were in a hurry, so we didn't tell them about it. Later on, we encountered some troubles in the realm of daytime, which was why we were separated." Nie Yuan nodded his head slightly after hearing this, as he finally understood the situation. If that's the case, it was reasonable. But Brother Nie, you mentioned a mystical tornado. What is it? Please enlighten me. Xiaoyang brought his fists together and said in a sincere manner, as he knew very little about the realm of daytime. Xiaoyang had no choice but to ask. If he could find out some clues, he could avoid making mistakes in the future. The spirit tornado storm is a unique type of energy in the mystery realm. It has always existed, but once it is awakened, the energy will turn into a giant beast, constantly devouring the surrounding energy until it forms an unstoppable hurricane, swallowing all living things within 100 miles. Nie Yuan said. When Xiaoyang heard this, he was a little shocked in his heart. This was indeed a little scary. No matter how one looked at it, such a thing was not to be trifled with. At the border between the secret realm and the bright curse realm, it was most likely for a spiritual tornado storm to appear. That was why many cultivators had lost their lives because of it. Only with the suppression of the God Pillar did the changes at the border disappear. However, the storm inside the secret realm could not be completely removed. It could be said that the Spirit Scroll storm was one of the special features of the secret realm. The energy of the Spirit Tornado storm is very special. You only need to sense it slightly to know. Look at the place where the wind has the momentum of a tornado. There will definitely be storm energy hibernating there. As long as you don't disturb it, it will be fine, Nie Yuan continued to explain. Xiaoyang nodded and said, "Thank you for your explanation." Thinking back, the source of the storm must have been under the stone tablet. As such, it was not difficult to distinguish it. As for what kind of technique Nie Yuan used to disperse the spiritual tornado, Xiaoyang didn't bother to ask. It was probably a secret technique of the wind capture sect that was kept secret. Moreover, the wind detention sect's power was not small. It was one of the 3 sects. Let me remind the 3 of you again. You have to be careful here. If you make a mistake, you may become a living corpse here. In this place, living corpses are just monsters, Nie Yuan continued. Xiaoyang nodded. He could understand this point. In the tomb of the god of sin, there were dead spirits. As for the living corpses in the bright curse realm, he had not seen them before. Junior brother, you have said enough, Li Hu looked and said with some dissatisfaction. Nie Yuan smiled apologetically and said, "I'm sorry. My senior brother's temper is like this. He has no ill intentions towards you." "It's fine," Xiaoyang said with a smile. Xiaoyang could guess what Li Hu was thinking. After all, they had only met by chance. It was already very kind of him to lend a helping hand. "Junior brother, time is money. Don't waste any more time. If we get nothing in the mystic realm, Master will blame us," Li Hu urged anxiously. Nie Yuan nodded and said, "My 3 friends, we will meet again if fate allows." With that, Nie Yuan pushed Li Hu forward like a child acting coquettishly with his elder brother. Although Li Hu kept a straight face, being pushed by Nie Yuan like this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Seeing the 2 brothers leave, Xiaoyang also smiled. Nie Yuan had a good temperament and treated people well. If he had any problems in the future, Xiaoyang would also help him. As the saying goes, one's appearance is born from one's heart. Nie Yuan's personality was so free and easy. He would help when he saw injustice and speak up if he was unhappy. Such a person was suitable to be friends. Xing Tian watched the 2 of them leave and pondered over the meaning behind their words. "I'm very curious. What exactly is a living corpse? Xing Tian frowned. Xiao Yang shook his head and said, It's hard to say. Xing Tian shrugged. It was hard to say in such uncertain times. However, they were walking in the mystic realm and would have the chance to see it in the future. There was no need to be anxious now. What would come eventually. Why should they be anxious now? Xiao Man was also pondering over what a living corpse was. However, when she heard Nie Yuan's words, she felt that something was wrong. Let's go, Xiao Yang said, then changed his direction and continued moving forward. If they followed Nie Yuan's lead, they would most likely take all the opportunities. Moreover, there was also the matter from before. He could not be thick-skinned and snatch it. If he did, it would be tantamount to biting the hand that fed him. Xiao Yang wasn't that kind of person, and he wouldn't go against his conscience and do such things. In the mystic realm, Nie Yuan was the first person they met. He was kind and did not cause any trouble. Nie Yuan's personality reminded Xiao Yang of a friend of his. They were more or less similar, but the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Young master, when are we leaving this place? After walking for a long time, Xiao Man asked timidly. Xiao Man indeed felt very depressed staying in this place. After walking for so long, her heart had been tortured so much that it was almost unbearable. Of course, after such a long time, they had not found any opportunities. This was like finding a needle in a haystack. She was a little shaken. Chapter 2975. Moreover, Xiao Man felt terrible about this place. It was as if there was danger everywhere. If she took a wrong step, who knew what kind of trouble she would cause? She had to prevent herself from being assimilated by the aura here, and she also had to set up all sorts of traps. It was just too tiring. If you're tired, I'll send you to the flowing cloud world, Xiao Yang purposely said sternly. The current Lil man could be said to only have strength, but in terms of knowledge and experience, she was far too lacking. Of course, this was also because Xiao Yang was in charge of everything, so Xiao Man could ignore everything. If it was in the past, perhaps Xiao Yang would not care about this. He would just let Xiao Man follow behind him. However, Xiao Yang would leave the middle world one day. At that time, Xiao Man would not be able to keep up. If she was unable to deal with these matters by herself, it would become very dangerous. It could be said that the person Xiao Yang could not let go of the most in the flowing cloud world was Xiao Man. If anything were to happen to her, he would forever be in a state of unease. Xiao Man pouted. Although she was slightly displeased, she still said, Young master, I was joking. Hearing that, Xing Tian smiled rather helplessly. He also felt that he could not see through this pair of master and servant. This was because their relationship was rather complicated and they relied on each other very much. However, this girl had not realized that they would have to part soon, and Xiao Yang would not be able to protect her forever. As a result, there were some things that she needed to face alone. Afterwards, the three of them continued on together. When they were tired, they would sit down and rest for a while. Ever since Xiao Man's advice last time, she did not dare to slack off. When she rested, she would walk around to train herself. This girl is very good. Isn't it a bit too cruel for her to accept some things right now? Xing Tian glanced at her and said helplessly. Xiao Yang waved his hand indifferently when he heard that. Although I'll be staying in the middle world for a very long time, I'll have to leave one day. At that time, she will be alone. If she doesn't know anything, that will be the real cruelty, Xiao Yang said. Although he couldn't bear it, there were some things that had to be faced in the end. It could never be avoided. This was like an iron law that could never be changed. If he faced these things earlier, he wouldn't be helpless if he encountered any difficulties in the future. Everyone would grow. In fact, Xiao Man's time in the middle world was also a kind of experience. However, because of Xiao Yang's reputation and the beast race's protection, no one dared to provoke her. However, in this middle world, how vast was it? Experts were born in large numbers. It was impossible for the 3,000 worlds to give in to her. When Xing Tian heard this, he felt that it made sense. He lay on the ground and looked at the dazzling white clouds. His heart was in a mess. These days he had been traveling with Xiaoyang, and he had seen many things that he had never seen before. For example, feelings. In the past, he was indeed valued by many in the tribe. However, that was not the favor of the elders. It was the result of his own strength. If he didn't show the corresponding aptitude and ability, even if his father was the tribe leader, he wouldn't be valued at all. The beast realm was that strange. They were particularly serious about interests. As for relationships and feelings, they were secondary. This was also why the revenge army formed by Heiren was left unsettled. The reason was very simple. They weren't doing it for revenge. They were doing it for self-protection and their own interests. However, Xiaoyang didn't continue to make things difficult for them. The so-called alliance fell apart on its own. Even when Xian Jian of the Black Dragon tribe was killed, Xing Tian didn't feel much anger. He just felt that he was inferior and deserved to die. Xian Jian's son's talent was average. Therefore, he was easily ignored in the tribe. The strong were respected. This could be said to be vividly displayed in the beast realm. Now, Xing Tian's view had changed. He knew very well that Xiaoman was only a third-level martial emperor. Her strength was not worth mentioning. However, this time, Xiaoyang had been taking her along. He even taught her a lot of things. This was not something that could be explained by talent. Although Xiaoman's talent was outstanding, she couldn't be classified as a genius. You seem to be very close. Xing Tian suddenly laughed and said. Xing Tian didn't know what he was talking about. He didn't know what he was talking about. At the same time, he had a lot of helplessness in his heart. However, he could only swallow it. Xiaoyang just smiled faintly and said, During my most difficult time, she never left me. If it's possible, I'm willing to take her with me. Of course, all of this was based on a feasible situation. However, if he wanted to take Xiaoman away by force, he would have to pay a big price. Xiaoyang wouldn't frown at any price. However, he was afraid that Xiaoman would be injured in the chaos and even lose her life. If that was the case, Xiaoyang wouldn't be able to accept it. The great Tao was like this, the survival of the fittest. Therefore, Xiaoyang could only try his best to help Xiaoman within the rules. When Xing Tian heard this time, he had a different feeling in his heart. Although Xing Tian still couldn't understand what was going on, he was already fascinated by it. There was also an inexplicable emptiness in his heart. It was as if he really lacked something like this. It was as if a new door had opened. He was a little resistant, but also a little expectant. The white clouds were still a little dazzling, but Xing Tian had a different feeling. Perhaps it was time to change his previous views. His bestial nature would only make him a simple-minded man. This person who valued friendship was indeed suitable to be his first friend. Thinking of this, Xing Tian's lips curled into a smile. There was no unresolvable conflict between them. Perhaps it wasn't impossible to turn enemies into friends. However, he didn't know when it would become a reality. Ah! Suddenly there was a scream. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyang disappeared from where he was. That was Xiaoman's voice. If there wasn't something, how could it be like this? Xing Tian glanced at it and smiled bitterly. Looking at Xiaoyang's speed, one could tell how worried he was about Xiaoman. Xing Tian also stood up. He also wanted to go over and see what was going on. Xiaoman was also a third-level martial king realm expert, but he was frightened to the point of screaming. It seemed that this was going to be interesting. Chapter 2976. Hearing Xiaoman scream, Xiaoyang rushed over at once. He looked up and saw Xiaoman sitting on the ground and even backing away in fear. Right now, Xiaoman didn't look like a third-order martial king. Instead, she looked like an ordinary little girl who had been frightened. At the same time, Xiaoyang followed Xiaoman's gaze and saw a man approaching Xiaoman. The man looked very strange. His eyes were empty and lifeless, as if he was a walking corpse. He didn't seem to have any initiative and was just walking passively. The man's body was still glowing with strands of white light, which made people feel a little strange just by looking at it. Living corpse. Xiao Yang's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly remembered this term. Nie Yuan had said before that living corpses existed in this world. However, they didn't know what living corpses looked like, but now they saw one. Living corpses looked no different from living people, but their bodies were emitting white light, and there was no sign of life. Just this alone was enough to make people shudder. No wonder Xiao Man was so scared that she didn't know what to do. It was very difficult for her to stay calm when she encountered such a strange thing. At the same time, Xing Tian also arrived. He looked at the man who was walking towards Xiao Man and frowned. This person's divine soul is still attached to the sea of divine sense. But why does he have no consciousness? He has a lifeless body, but he hasn't rotted. Interesting, Xing Tian said with a smile. However, his smile was a little strange because even he didn't know how a monster like Living Corpse was born. They were cultivators when they were alive, and this couldn't be faked. However, why would such a tyrannical cultivator turn into something that was neither human nor ghost? If so, then it was really a little thought-provoking. Xing Tian was very curious about this process, but he didn't dare to try it himself. After all, if he really became a living corpse, he would be a monster in other people's eyes. It's really strange, Xiao Yang said in a deep voice. Xiao Yang was naturally aware of some things, but it wasn't easy to deduce them completely. Even now, he still couldn't figure out what was going on. Xiao Yang could also roughly guess that the living corpses and dead spirits were two completely opposite existences. It was just like how the divine mausoleum and the daytime secret realm were polar opposites. One was dark, while the other was light. However, there was one thing that was extremely similar, and it was that both of them were deathly still. Seeing that the living corpse was about to approach Xiao Man, Xiao Yang pulled it away in a flash. Xiao Yang still didn't know what kind of magic the living corpse had. It was best not to let the living corpse touch Xiao Man to avoid any accidents. After Xiao Man was pulled away, she looked up and saw that it was her young master. She immediately felt much more at ease and was not as flustered as before. "Young master, did I embarrass you?" Xiao Man asked timidly. This was the first thing that Xiao Man said. Xiao Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, he felt a little heartache. This girl had an inferiority complex, so she blamed herself easily. No, Xiao Yang comforted her. At this moment, Xiao Yang also realized that he had neglected Xiao Man for too long because of the flowing cloud realm's advancement and the problem of self-preservation. There was already a problem with this girl's temperament. He had to pay more attention to this in the future. At this moment, perhaps it was angered, and it rushed towards Xiao Yang and Xiao Man like a madman. Seeing this, Xiao Yang directly punched out. Although he didn't use his full strength, this punch was enough to shatter a mountain. However, when this punch landed on the living corpse, the other party was only forced back a few steps. There were no injuries on its body. On the contrary, the impact of the power made the living corpse even more ferocious. However, it only looked fierce, but there was no fluctuation in its eyes. The dead spirits in the divine mausoleum were stubborn and at least had some consciousness. However, these living corpses seemed to know nothing and were like machines. Suddenly, the living corpse attacked again, and there was even an extremely strong surge of power on its limbs. These living corpses just didn't have consciousness, but the power they had when they were alive still existed. The white light was mixed with other power, and it looked extremely strange. "Go away, I'll take care of it," Xiao Yang said in a low voice, and then rushed towards the living corpse. Originally, Ben Tian was about to make a move, but when he saw Xiao Yang give him a look, he also retreated. Instead, he paid attention to Xiao Man's surroundings. Although there was only one living corpse here, it was hard to say whether there would be other dangers. Therefore, it was better to help look after her, in case any accidents happened. Xiao Yang punched down, and he immediately felt like he had punched an iron plate. The rebound force made his arm feel a little numb. The living corpse was forced back a few steps, but it quickly attacked again, and it didn't feel pain at all. Xiao Yang shook his arm, and he complained incessantly in his heart. He didn't expect the power here to have forged the bodies of these living corpses to the point where their bones were as strong as steel. It was indeed a little unbelievable. However, even though there were some strange forces attacking Xiao Yang's body, he was still able to deal with them easily. The reason why Xiao Yang had chosen to personally deal with this living corpse was because he wanted to see how it was formed. Or perhaps after the living corpses lost their consciousness, they gained some benefits. The living corpse had no sorrow, joy, worry, or anger. It was as if they were free. They acted subconsciously, and they didn't care about anything. Clang! With a sound, Xiao Yang directly drew the Thunder Fire Divine Sword. The divine sword was covered with lightning, and it was as if it had the power of heaven as it fell directly. Countless lightnings struck the living corpse, but there was a layer of white light that was faintly discernible. It seemed to completely offset the power, and it couldn't hurt the living corpse at all. Xiao Yang was also dumbfounded when he saw this. Wasn't this zombie's ability a little too great? However, when he thought about it carefully, these living corpses seemed to be one with the mystic realm, so they would receive a lot of care. This was the reward for losing consciousness. While he was still thinking, the living corpse punched Xiao Yang in the chest, and he was directly sent flying. When Xingtian saw this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This monster was so capable. It could even send Xiao Yang flying with a punch. How strong was it? Lil Man became more and more nervous. She felt that she seemed to have provoked a big trouble this time. Self-blame spread in her heart again. Chapter 2977. Xingtian also felt that it was a little strange. Looking at the seemingly invulnerable living corpse, he couldn't think of a way to deal with it. No matter how he looked at it, it was still difficult to find a flaw in getting rid of this living corpse. Xiao Yang slashed down with his sword, and a layer of white light bloomed in front of the living corpse. It was like an indestructible barrier, and it was difficult to advance even half an inch. On the other hand, the living corpse seemed to be completely enraged. It rushed forward like steel, and it was unmatched. Xiao Yang didn't dare to be careless and quickly retreated. The more he looked, the more frightened he became. This living corpse must have been assimilated by this world, so it can be protected by this world. After Xiao Yang avoided it, he couldn't help but say with some lingering fear, these living corpses were protected by the secret realm. They were invulnerable and had bones of steel. It was really difficult to get rid of them. For a moment, Xiao Yang couldn't think of a better way to deal with it. He kept thinking in his heart, but he couldn't think of a suitable way. Seeing that her young master couldn't deal with the living corpse, Xiao Man's heart was filled with self-blame. Her head was lowered even more, and her guilt was extreme. If she hadn't wandered around here, she wouldn't have disturbed the living corpse, and they wouldn't have to continue to have a headache. Xingtian raised his head and glanced at the world, frowning. He had some ideas in his heart, but he didn't know if it was practical. The living corpse couldn't hit Xiao Yang, but it was completely enraged. It attacked again, as if it wouldn't stop until it killed Xiao Yang. Spirit tornado, living corpse, this is really interesting. A smile appeared on Xingtian's face. He hadn't seen many people in the secret realm of daylight, but he had seen a lot of these strange things. He had never heard of them before, so he was a little surprised now. Facing the living corpse's attack, Xiao Yang could only continue to dodge. He didn't dare to meet it head-on for the time being. If he didn't have a way to deal with it, it wouldn't be easy to defeat it with brute force. After all, the living corpse was supported by an endless stream of power from the secret realm. If he couldn't kill it directly, it would be difficult to injure it. If that was the case, it would truly be a headache. At the same time, Xiao Yang also discovered that there were indeed many similarities between this secret realm and the tomb of the gods. Regardless of whether they were living corpses or dead spirits, they would assimilate with the world they were in and obtain corresponding items. Although dead spirits didn't have a physical body after their souls were infected by the death aura, they could almost reach the point of immortality. However, compared to the living corpses, although they were strange, they were easy to deal with if the right method was used. However, these living corpses looked indestructible. It would not be easy to defeat them. Although both of them could achieve immortality, was there really any meaning in living like this? Xiao Yang didn't need to consider these questions because everyone had different pursuits in their hearts. They just wanted to live forever. As for what kind of form or appearance they had, they didn't care. Don't stray too far from the living corpses. Let's see if we can kill them in one hit. Xingtian suddenly saw something and said. Hearing this, Xiaoyang held the divine sword in his hand and used his movement technique to wander around the living corpses. Although the living corpses were invulnerable and were protected by this world, their consciousness was very weak. They almost didn't have any self-awareness. Therefore, their movements weren't very methodical and were even somewhat clumsy. If you encountered a living corpse, you might not be able to defeat it, but as long as you put some thought into it, you could still escape. After Xingtian finished speaking, his hands had already formed a seal. His eyes exuded a tyrannical aura, as if a king had descended. In the mysterious dragon tribe of the myriad beast realm, Xingtian's status was akin to that of a king. Today was the first time he made a move, so the aura that he had hidden for a long time completely erupted at this moment. In an instant, a burst of energy exploded around Xingtian's body. Countless streams of energy rotated like countless flowing rivers. Seal. Following Xingtian's low roar, the countless flowing rivers were like long dragons. In an instant, they fell around the living corpse and Xiaoyang. The 8 long dragons were like divine pillars outside, standing erect around them. In the blink of an eye, the 8 long dragons emitted streams of light between each other. Like a cage, they trapped Xiaoyang and the living corpse inside. In that instant, Xiaoyang also felt that the aura around him had changed. There was an indescribable feeling that was hard to describe, isolating heaven and earth. This way, the living corpse won't be able to receive the power and protection of the secret realm. Xiaoyang also came back to his senses, and a smile appeared on his face. This was indeed feasible, but he had been obsessed with how to defeat the living corpses head-on. That was why he had neglected to pay attention to many details. Xiaoyang shouted and didn't stay any longer. Using the divine sword in his hand, he directly slashed at the living corpse. When heaven and earth were isolated, a look of confusion flashed across the living corpse's eyes. It was confusion, not emptiness. From this, it could be seen that the living corpse's consciousness had recovered a little. Although Xiaoyang had already noticed this, he didn't show any signs of stopping. He still slashed at the living corpse with his sword. If he was merciful now, when the living corpse could communicate with the secret realm again, it would return to its original state. It wouldn't be able to wake up. Moreover, killing it could be considered as freeing it. It wouldn't have to continue to suffer endless torment here. The sword light flashed, and the living corpse's head flew out. There was no blood spurting out. It was as if it was just a dried corpse. Because Xiao Man's head was lowered, she didn't see it. Xingtian, on the other hand, was frowning. He had never expected such a situation. In fact, it was beyond his common sense. He clearly felt that the living corpse was alive, but why was there no blood? Except for some special creatures that didn't have blood, all living creatures had blood essence. Could it be that the living corpse in front of him wasn't human? Or perhaps it was because it had stayed in the secret realm of daylight for too long that it had been completely assimilated, thus turning into a monster instead of a human? Thinking of this, Xingtian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was too terrifying. However, the living corpse's head was chopped off. From this, it could be seen that it wasn't an invincible existence. There was a way to kill it. This way, he could be a little more at ease. In the future, he wouldn't be at a loss when he encountered a living corpse. At least there was a way to deal with it. If there was no way to deal with it, he would probably encounter many difficulties when he walked in the secret realm in the future. Chapter 2978. Xing Tian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the corpse fall lifelessly to the ground. This troublesome thing was finally dealt with. Xiao Yang's expression also became much more serious. He shook his head and sighed helplessly. "What's wrong?" Xing Tian asked in confusion when he saw Xiao Yang's expression. Right now, Xiao Yang didn't look too optimistic. He must have discovered something big, which was why he was acting like this. "I had just used the soul-searching technique to check the living corpse's divine sense. Other than a dazzling white light, there was nothing else," Xiao Yang said in a deep voice. Xing Tian's mouth twitched when he heard this. Idiots weren't even enough to describe them. Although idiots didn't do things according to any rules, it was extremely ridiculous that they didn't even have the slightest thought. From this, it could be seen that once they were assimilated by this secret realm, the consequences would be extremely terrifying. If their consciousness was completely erased, they would be like a piece of white paper. They probably wouldn't feel any pain or anything else. But was there really any meaning to eternal life like this? It could be said that without the slightest bit of consciousness, one would be like a rock. Moreover, many inanimate objects would also develop their own consciousness after obtaining an opportunity. However, the souls of these living corpses were just decorations. This proved that they were still alive, but there wasn't much difference between them and inanimate objects. After thinking about this, Xing Tian shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. This matter was really hard to explain. The vastness of the world and the mysteries of the great Tao were difficult to understand. There were countless mysteries on the path of a cultivator that were difficult to understand. They could only be onlookers, and it was difficult to do anything. Thinking about this, Xiao Yang's mouth also revealed a helpless smile. Although these living corpses were neither human nor ghost monsters in their eyes, they were very pitiful. However, some people only wanted eternal life. As for what kind of state they were in, they didn't care so much. However, they had completely lost their original intentions. Was there really any meaning to living like this? Xiao Yang and Xing Tian couldn't understand this. This was because they all felt that they needed to climb to the top step by step. If they took a shortcut, they would definitely pay a painful price, especially with his soul as the price. That was too great. What's more, they were only immortals, not immortals. If one wanted to be immortal and indestructible, other than proving the great Tao, one also needed great strength. If one couldn't suppress all the heroes, one might die a violent death at any time. "Young master, I'm sorry," Xiao Man said guiltily. Xiao Yang walked over and rubbed Xiao Man's head. He said, "How can I blame you for this? This place is full of danger, and we'll encounter what we're destined to encounter. You lass, don't take all the responsibility on yourself." Lil Man's eyes also looked a little red. It was obvious that she had become very depressed. In fact, in her eyes, she was like a burden. She couldn't do anything well and felt very uncomfortable. "Lil Man, it's not good if you don't have confidence at all. Look at your young master. If he's wrong, then he's wrong. But if he can't avoid it, how can he blame you? If you don't let go of the knot in your heart, I'm afraid you'll never be able to follow in your young master's footsteps." Xing Tian seemed to be comforting her, but he was also gloating. However, the last sentence touched Lil Man's heart. A trace of determination flashed across her eyes. Going on like this wasn't a solution, so she wanted to change. To Lil Man, nothing was more important than following behind her young master. Nothing could make her more motivated. Seeing this, Xing Tian smiled and continued on his way. There were some things that Xiao Yang couldn't say, but as a bystander, Xing Tian could say it clearly. After Xiao Yang said a few more words, he continued forward with Lil Man. Although they didn't have much to gain from entering the secret territory this time, they still had to try. Who knows, they might encounter some opportunities. That would be icing on the cake. If they didn't gain anything, it would be normal. They could just treat it as broadening their horizons. However, during this period of time, their horizons had indeed been refreshed. Whether it was the spirit tornado or the living corpses, they were all refreshing. The world was big and bizarre. They didn't advance very quickly. Occasionally, they would stop and observe some strange places. There were many secrets hidden in the secret territory. They needed to understand more about it from the details. At the same time, Xiaoyang also realized that the secret territory and the tomb of the gods had too many similarities. It could be said that they couldn't be explained clearly. Although the two seemed to be very different, they were like opposites. Especially the records on the inscriptions, they were almost impossible to understand. Although they couldn't understand from the handwriting, they could see the similarities. Because of this, Xiaoyang was even more certain that there must be some connection between the secret territory and the realm of the gods. Then he thought about the divine pillar that he saw before, and the two elders seemed to attach importance to him knowing the inscriptions. When these factors intersected, he couldn't help but wonder if there was something behind it. However, there was no reply from Princess Mingzhu. He couldn't be sure, so he could only continue to wait. There was no reply from Princess Mingzhu. She must be in seclusion, so there was no news. If he could get some definite answers, then he would be able to think more about it. Along the way, they also encountered some cultivators from the bright curse realm, but they only brushed past them. Along the way, they were also very cautious, so they didn't encounter any danger. Even if there were some dangers, they were cleverly avoided. Walking in the light, they didn't know the time. Suddenly, Lil Man stopped, and his body trembled unconsciously. "What's wrong?" Xiaoyang asked with some doubts, his brows deeply furrowed. Xing Tian also noticed that something was wrong with Xiao Man, so he also stopped. Although they had a lot of discomfort when they first entered the secret territory, it had been so long and they were almost used to it. However, Xiao Man's current state was a little strange. "I feel that something is calling me," Xiao Man said with some hesitation. Xiao Man felt that this feeling was very strange. At the same time, she couldn't tell whether it was a blessing or a curse that was calling her. Chapter 2979. A sliver of a smile appeared on Xing Tian's face. "Since you've come across a fortuitous encounter, let's go take a look. Even if it's a disaster, with me and Xiaoyang holding the fort, I'm sure it won't cause any trouble." Xiao Man nodded in excitement when she heard that. Although she had been to many places with Xiaoyang in the past, this was the first time she had sensed something calling her in the secret realm. Moreover, the treasures in the secret realm of day were not simple. Since they had been summoned, they must have developed intelligence. At the very least, the treasures would not be of a low grade. "Let's go take a look," Xiaoyang smiled. Xiao Man had never thought that she would come across her own fortuitous encounter in the secret realm of day. Just this alone was extremely difficult, so Xiaoyang obviously did not say anything more. He would definitely go take a look as well. If they could really come across some fortuitous encounter, that would obviously be for the best. However, if the situation exceeded their expectations and control, they could only take their time to think about it. They could not force it. With that, Xiao Man ran to the front excitedly. She was filled with anticipation about the fortuitous encounter she was about to come across. Xing Tian chuckled as he followed behind her. At the same time, he pondered the same question. He glanced over and saw that Xiao Yang's expression was rather stern as well, so he could only smile bitterly. "You also feel that there's something wrong with what you've sensed this time." Xing Tian's voice became much heavier as well. However, as he was afraid of disturbing Xiao Man's mood, he suppressed his voice very much as well. Xiaoyang nodded rather helplessly as well. Although it's said that heavenly resources can only be obtained by the virtuous, we can't sense any fortuitous encounters in the surroundings with our cultivation. It's inevitable that we feel that there's something wrong with this. As long as it was an item with intelligence, the senses of their souls would cover the surroundings. If there really was something wrong, why couldn't they sense it at all? As a result, Xiaoyang and Xing Tian both felt that something was off. However, Xiao Man had sensed it with great difficulty, so they were unable to confirm whether it was a fortuitous encounter or a trap. No matter what, they had to go and take a look. If it was an unexpected opportunity, and they missed it, it would be a pity. Moreover, even if there were any risks with him watching, he would be able to back Lil Man up. It wasn't easy for Lil Man to encounter an opportunity, so he was especially excited now. When he walked, it was as if there was wind behind him. Unknowingly, Lil Man's speed suddenly increased a lot, as if she wanted to fly over directly. Xiao Yang and Xing Tian followed, closely behind, escorting her. Do you think this secret realm has its own intelligence? Or do you think it has some sort of rule? It's using benefits to tempt cultivators with lower cultivation levels, forcing them to offer up their souls and turn them into living corpses? Xing Tian asked in a low voice. This was also what he felt was possible. Otherwise, how could those cultivators willingly turn into living corpses for no reason? Xiao Yang nodded and said, very likely. In the Tomb of the Gods, many cultivators wanted to cultivate profound cultivation methods and became obsessed with it. They were unknowingly attacked by the Qi of Death and turned into dead spirits in the end. The characteristics of the two were similar, so it wasn't strange at all. It was very likely that this was the case. Thinking up to this point, Xiao Yang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. If that was the case, then this matter would be a little difficult. For many cultivators, the temptation of fortuitous encounters was irresistible. Once they were tempted, it would be impossible for them to return to normal. Xing Tian's expression became serious because of this. The way he looked at Lil Man also changed. Once this girl's mind wasn't firm, things would become extremely terrifying. With this thought in mind, he began to understand more about this secret realm. As for why these people were turned into living corpses, the secret realm must be absorbing power from these people. Looks like we still have to be careful, Xing Tian said in a low voice. As long as there were no accidents, everything would be fine. If there was an uncontrollable situation, then the situation would become very bad. However, seeing how excited Lil Man was, Xing Tian could only keep it in his heart and not say it out loud. This was like pouring cold water on someone. It didn't have much meaning. Besides, even if there were any accidents, Xiao Yang would be there. He should be able to solve it. If Xiao Yang couldn't do it, then what was there to be afraid of if the two of them joined forces? Although the two of them wouldn't be able to do whatever they wanted in this place, there were still very few things that could stop them. Xiao Yang was also seriously thinking about this matter. His trip this time was indeed to find out the Mingxin sect's attitude. Moreover, he brought Lil Man out to let her feel some of the atmosphere in the 3,000 worlds. She could also adapt to these places as soon as possible. When she traveled alone in the 3,000 worlds in the future, she wouldn't be like a Xiao by mouse who was deceived by others. She might even be at the mercy of others in the end. If that was the case, Xiao Yang definitely wouldn't be able to accept it. Lil Man would have to take charge of things on her own one day. She couldn't live under Xiao Yang's wings forever. In Xiao Yang's opinion, in order to make Lil Man not rely on him too much, besides making her stronger, she had to face more things and learn what autonomy was. It was still not too late to change this point. However, if he really let Lil Man go out alone, Xiao Yang wouldn't be at ease if he didn't make enough preparations. After walking for about 10 miles, they saw a barren mountain. The barren mountain was full of trees. Some of the vegetation on it was transformed by spiritual power. It was somewhat mesmerizing. At the same time, Xiao Yang was also vigilantly observing the surroundings to see if there were any dangers. Lil Man also became more and more nervous because she could feel that the call was getting closer and closer. If she continued forward, she would be able to see the opportunity that belonged to her. After walking for more than 10 miles along the canyon formed by the barren mountain, they saw a huge stone. That stone was different from these pale, white stones. That stone was yellow like amber. It could be said that this was the first time they saw something different in the mystic realm. There was a spear stuck in the amber-like stone. However, they only saw half of the spear body. The tip of the spear was stuck in the stone like a celestial being. It was so deep that it was difficult to pull it out. Chapter 2980. Looking at the long spear, there were wisps of yellow brilliance flowing on it, and it was magnificent. With a single glance, one could tell that it was an extraordinary item. After sensing it slightly, one could tell that the spiritual power contained in it was extremely terrifying, and its lethality was probably not low. It was at least a spirit-grade magic weapon. It might even be a supreme-grade spiritual weapon. If it could be nurtured well, it would not be a big problem to raise its grade by one level. However, how to raise its grade would depend on how one did it. If one did not know how to do it, it would be useless no matter how much effort and treasures were spent. Lil, man, seemed to have been completely attracted by the long spear. She seemed to be unable to control herself and began to walk towards the long spear. Her movements were a little slow, and she seemed to be a little sluggish. It seemed that in this little girl's heart, there was only that long spear that she wanted to hold in her hands. Every time Xiao Man got closer, the desire in her heart would become even more intense. It was as if the long spear was already within her reach. As long as she walked over and pulled the long spear out of the huge amber rock, the long spear would belong to her. What a good weapon! Xing Tian looked at the long spear and could not help but sigh. No matter how one looked at it, this item was indeed an extraordinary existence. If one could cultivate a corresponding cultivation technique, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. At the same time, Xing Tian revealed a self-mocking smile. Sometimes, luck and opportunities were indeed things that could not be envied. Lil, man, was able to encounter her own opportunity just by walking around in this secret realm. Such heaven-defying luck was really enviable. However, Xing Tian was also open-minded. He knew very well that since the long spear had chosen Lil Man, there was naturally no need for him to snatch her away. Of course, if he had any thoughts, it would be difficult for him to get past Xiaoyang. Moreover, Xing Tian didn't care much about this kind of Dharma artifact. To ferocious beasts like them, magic weapons were just external forces in the end and were not enough to reach the apex. Their great path was to cultivate themselves. If their physical bodies were strong enough, they would not be afraid of attacks from magic weapons. Xiaoyang nodded with a smile on his face. It seemed like Lil Man's luck wasn't bad. Originally, they were worried that this was a trap. Once they stepped into the wrong place, it would cause a lot of trouble. Now, it seemed that they were just overthinking things. At present, it was still calm and peaceful, and there was no sign of danger. If she didn't come here because of fear or other reasons, then Lil Man definitely wouldn't be able to see this long spear and naturally wouldn't be able to take it. At this moment, Xiao Man became very excited as well. She only had one thought, which was to hold the spear in her hand. That was enough. Why should he think of anything else? It was as if everything in front of her had become meaningless. Only that long spear seemed to have become her everything in the blink of an eye. Xiao Man jumped onto the amber stone and held the spear shaft with both hands. With a low shout, she began to pull out the spear. In an instant, Xiao Man's aura burst out. The aura of a third-level martial emperor formed an awe-inspiring wind that swept out. As Xiaoyang watched, the smile on his face became wider. It seemed that this girl's luck had changed. She was about to get her own weapon. However, no matter how much strength Xiao Man used, the long spear didn't move an inch. Under the force, Xiao Man's clothes were almost bulging. Even her sleeves were shaken into pieces. However, the long spear didn't move. It was as if the long spear and the amber stone were one, and there was no way to pull it out. Xiao Man had a stubborn spirit in her bones, so she didn't care at all. She used all her strength to pull out the spear. No matter how difficult it was, she wouldn't give up. At the same time, Xiao Man also tried to communicate with the spirit in the long spear. However, the response she received was very strange. Xiaoyang, I feel that something is wrong with Xiao Man. Xing Tian's face suddenly darkened as he said. Xiaoyang looked to the side and frowned slightly. He didn't understand what Xing Tian meant. However, Xiaoyang didn't ask too much. Instead, he turned to look at Xiaoman. If something happened to her under his watch, it would be bad. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyang found the clue. Xiaoman was using all her strength to pull out the spear. The tenacity she showed was indeed very impressive. However, the determination in her eyes began to change slightly. She became a little confused. Suddenly, Xiaoyang's heart couldn't help but tremble. A bad premonition spread in his heart. He had only seen this kind of expression when he killed the living corpse. Could it be that the long spear had been assimilated by the secret realm? Was it just a pretense to lure the cultivators into a trap? However, judging from the current situation, this was indeed somewhat interesting. Let go! Xiaoyang didn't care about anything else and immediately shouted. Now, Xiaoman's mind seemed to have been affected. It was as if she didn't hear her young master's shout at all. She only cared about using all her strength and continued to pull out the spear. At the same time, a steady stream of power burst out. Even some of the surrounding hillsides were shattered, instantly turning into dust and scattering in all directions. Seeing that Xiaoman couldn't hear him, Xiaoyang's heart was a little more shocked. That long spear was an opportunity. It was indeed not bad, but at the same time it was also a huge trap. Once one slipped into it, it would be impossible for one to turn the situation around. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang's heart became a little frightened. Xingtian shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect this to happen. Under the temptation of an opportunity, a person's mind was indeed very easy to be pulled away. Now, Xiaoman was in such a situation. Coupled with the intense desire, she was unwilling to let go. If he didn't pull out the long spear, she probably wouldn't stop on her own. At the same time, there were some changes in the sky. Some ripples appeared on the unchanging white clouds, as if they were affected by the power on the ground. At this moment, Xiaoyang didn't dare to delay any longer. He wanted to rush over. Xiaoman indeed needed to hold this opportunity in her hands, but she couldn't use her soul as the price. Now that she seemed to have lost her mind, it was undoubtedly harder than ascending to the heavens to wake her up. Therefore, the only thing Xiaoyang could do now was to forcefully wake her up. At the same time, a white figure fell from the mountain. Chapter 2981. Xiaoyang and Xingtian instinctively raised their heads to look. They saw a man in a white robe descending and landing right on top of Xiaoman's head. The white-robed man did not emit any aura at all, as if he was a dead object, a living corpse. Xiaoyang and Xingtian both thought so. Only a living corpse in this secret realm could get close to them without emitting any aura. Perhaps this living corpse had become like this because of the spear. It was so obsessed that it might still be guarding it and wanting to obtain the spear. Xiaoyang did not dare to be careless. With a low roar, he sped up and punched out, sending the living corpse flying. The living corpse was directly embedded in the cliff. It suddenly moved a few times, causing the ground to shake and countless rocks to fall. Amidst such a huge shock, Lil Man still seemed to know nothing. It was as if everything that was happening had nothing to do with her. Or perhaps it could be said that she didn't feel anything at all. She was just standing there, doing useless things. Seeing the living corpse walk out of the cliff, a sword light flashed in Xiaoyang's hand. At the same time, a murderous intent rose in his heart. Since this person had become a living corpse because he wanted to obtain the spear and had been guarding this place all this time, it could be seen how obsessed he was. Perhaps his existence was to protect the spear. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang did not dare to be careless. He could only kill this living corpse first. Go help Xiaoman leave this thing to me. Xingtian suddenly stood up and stood in front of Xiaoyang as he said in a low voice. Xingtian could clearly see that although Xiaoman's current state was not pessimistic, the situation would only worsen if it continued to drag on. If she could not wake up in such a situation, the outcome would be very pessimistic. At that time, it would not be easy to salvage the situation. Once this girl became a living corpse, Where could Xing Tian go to in the future to freeload? Xiao Yang nodded and turned to land on the amber boulder. At the same time, he felt that Xiao Man's aura had completely erupted. At the same time, she was frantically squeezing out her own strength, trying to pull it out with all her might. Although the spear had loosened a little under her efforts, the situation wasn't as optimistic as she had imagined. It was only loosened, but it was not pulled out. This was like giving an illusory hope, but no matter how hard one tried, it was only the moon in the sky. It seemed to be within reach, but no matter how hard one tried, one could not touch it at all. "Stop!" Xiao Yang shouted in a low voice. However, Xiao Man was indifferent, as if she could not hear anything. Seeing that the girl's mind was starting to become muddled, Xiao Yang couldn't help but furrow his brows even more. This matter seemed to be worse than he had imagined. It was not that Xiao Man's willpower was not strong enough, but under such temptation, her state of mind would naturally be flawed. After that little flaw was infinitely magnified, it had already become a huge abyss. Once one fell into it, it would be difficult to extricate oneself. Even though Xiao Yang was well aware of this, the only thing he could do was to give it a try. It was probably difficult to use ordinary methods to wake Xiao Man up. If he used some tough methods, it would probably be counterproductive. Therefore, Xiao Yang had to take the risk. Xing Tian formed a few seals, and suddenly a few long dragons rushed out. In the blink of an eye, they isolated an independent space. In order to kill these living corpses, they had to cut off their connection with the secret realm. Once they obtained the power of the secret realm, it would become difficult to deal with them. However, this living corpse was a little different from the ones they had encountered before. It was much more powerful. Even though this living corpse did not obtain the power of the secret realm, it was still much more violent. It rushed toward Xing Tian like a madman, as if it wanted to tear him into pieces. This living corpse had a very strong obsession, so when it made a move, it would be especially crazy. Xing Tian just snorted coldly, finding it somewhat interesting. However, Xing Tian did not directly kill it. Instead, he transformed into his black dragon original form. He wanted to have a hearty, hand-to-hand battle. He wanted to see how tyrannical this living corpse was and how terrifying it was. At least in the current situation, a living corpse was still under his control. He could easily deal with it. Xiao Yang's divine consciousness had already invaded Xiao Man's sea of consciousness. Since it was difficult to wake this girl up outside, Xiao Yang had to take the risk and use this method to wake her up. However, the risk was also very high. If it failed, Xiao Yang and Xiao Man's divine souls would be seriously injured, and they might even lose their lives. As a result, how could Xiao Yang not be more serious? As soon as he entered Xiao Man's sea of consciousness, Xiao Yang saw a beam of white light. It was very dazzling and unpleasant to him. So fast! Xiao Yang also cursed in his heart. He did not expect the power of the secret realm to invade Xiao Man's sea of consciousness so quickly. No wonder there was confusion in her eyes. However, this was only the beginning. Xiao Man still had her own sea of consciousness, so as long as he moved a little faster, it was not impossible to save her. If Xiao Man's divine soul and the power of this world were to compromise, the two would intertwine. At that time, there would really be nothing he could do. Xiao Yang also blamed himself. If he had been more careful, he wouldn't have put Xiao Man in such a dangerous situation. Even he himself was in a dangerous situation. This was Xiao Man's sea of consciousness. Xiao Yang naturally did not dare to use any harsh methods, mainly because he was afraid of hurting her. That was why he was afraid of breaking the vases. However, Xiao Yang was not an indecisive person. If the situation had developed to a point where he could not accept it, it was understandable to use some methods. At worst, he would walk more in the future and spend more effort to help this girl repair her sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness could be repaired if it was broken, but once it was completely assimilated by this power, there would really be nothing he could do. Soon, Xiao Yang saw Xiao Man's divine soul. She was squatting there hugging her knees, and her body was surrounded by white light. Chapter 2982. At that moment, Lil Man gave off a feeling of loneliness and helplessness. It was as if she was a pitiful person who had fallen on hard times and had no one to rely on. Looking at Lil Man like this, Xiaoyang felt his heart ache. Ever since they parted ways in the Middle Stream realm, it seemed that Lil Man had been alone most of the time. Even though she had ascended to the Upper Stream realm, she was still alone most of the time. It could be said that when she was in the Middle Stream realm, Lil Man still had her younger sister's company and the support of many people. However, after reaching the Upper Stream realm, she looked around and did not have any friends or relatives. Xiaoyang also ran around because of the development of the world, so no one paid attention to her. Although Lil Man was very strong, when she was lonely, an undetectable crack would appear in her heart. She hid it very well, so no one could notice it. However, this time, under the influence of the secret realm's power, the crack in her heart had been expanded infinitely. As a result, she felt an unprecedented sense of loneliness. It was as if she was the only person in the world. "Lil Man," Xiaoyang called out softly. However, Lil Man was still squatting on the ground as if she could not hear anything. She looked extremely lonely as she squatted there. Xiaoyang was very patient as he called out again and again. It would be best if he could wake her up. If he woke her up, who knew what kind of damage her weak soul would suffer? As such, Xiaoyang could only do this and keep trying. No matter how anxious he was, Xiaoyang did not dare to act rashly until he reached that point. At the same time, Xiaoyang had high hopes for Lil Man. He also believed that the girl would hear his voice and wake up on her own. After waiting for a long time, Lil Man suddenly raised her head and looked at Xiaoyang. There was confusion in Lil Man's eyes. At the same time, there were many other emotions. It was as if he had mixed feelings. However, those emotions seemed to be slowly devoured by the whiteness. "Lil Man, are you going to forget me?" Xiaoyang asked softly. Lil Man subconsciously shook her head. At the same time, there was a hint of shock in her eyes. She did not know why she had such a reaction. She was also feeling very strange now. It was like chaos, as if nothing had happened before. What she sensed were all mysterious and profound things. Seeing Xiao Man react, Xiaoyang secretly let out a sigh of relief. This girl's consciousness hadn't been completely taken over by that force. "Do you recognize me?" Xiaoyang asked expectantly. Xiao Man frowned slightly. Suddenly, she seemed to be in pain and hugged her head. It was as if whenever she thought of something, she would have a splitting headache and feel extremely uncomfortable. Pain suddenly came, making Lil Man feel like he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Xiaoyang could only stand aside as he watched Xiao Man in pain. He had more important things to do right now, which was to protect Xiao Man's sea of consciousness. At the same time, he used extremely gentle methods to expel all the power. At the same time, Xiaoyang also obtained more information, which was that this force was constantly devouring the sea of consciousness. No wonder the souls of those living corpses were like white paper. They must have been eaten by these things, which was why it was like this. It could devour the souls of cultivators and turn their emotions into nourishment. It had to be said that this secret realm was indeed a dangerous place. No wonder the level of this secret realm had increased compared to tens of thousands of years ago. It was probably because of this. This was indeed terrifying. "You are the young master." Lil Man suddenly thought of something and murmured. Seeing that Lil Man remembered him, Xiaoyang let out a sigh of relief and nodded. In the blink of an eye, the memories in Lil Man's mind seemed to be like countless stars that constantly flashed by. Many things gradually began to be recalled. "Lil Man, be strong. Expel the power of the secret realm from your sea of consciousness." Xiaoyang said softly. Lil Man nodded and immediately formed a hand seal and began to cast a spell. For a time, Lil Man's sea of consciousness also began to become turbulent, and the two forces also began to fight. The power of the secret realm was finally able to invade Lil Man's sea of consciousness. How could it be so easy to do it? With just such a struggle, Lil Man's sea of consciousness was in turmoil. Even her whole person looked like she was in great pain. Lil Man's body was constantly trembling and spasming. The pain made Lil Man feel so much pain that she almost wanted to give up. "Hold on, I'm helping you," Xiaoyang said softly. Those white forces were like maggots in the bones. Once they were infected, it was not easy to expel them again. But all they could do now was to hold on. Lil Man also seemed to have made up her mind. She gritted her teeth and didn't say anything, no matter how turbulent her sea of consciousness was. Lil Man knew that she couldn't let down the young master's expectations. So all she could do now was to fight with all her strength. Only in this way could she succeed. If she disappointed the young master, she would completely lose the possibility of walking with him in the future. At this moment, Lil Man also showed unprecedented determination. Her will also became as hard as iron. Her Tao heart also became more stable because of this. Seeing Lil Man change so much in such a short period of time, Xiaoyang also smiled with relief. From now on, this girl would begin to change. She would also begin to transform from the stage of cultivation to the stage of longevity to a powerhouse, a true martial emperor. Although Lil Man had gone through a battle in the flowing cloud realm, it was all under protection. Lil Man was like a porcelain doll made of countless resources. She could only look at it, but from now on she would no longer be. Once a person's mind began to change, everything about her would change. The power of the secret realm was indeed very strong, but there weren't many that invaded Lil Man's sea of consciousness. However, it was still quite troublesome to expel these forces. Lil Man allowed her sea of consciousness to be turbulent and painful. She didn't cry out in pain and directly expelled them. So what if her soul was injured? It was better than becoming a monster without any feelings in the future. Under his firm determination, the white light could no longer resist. Like the tide, it quickly retreated. When Lil Man opened her eyes again, she had already fallen to the ground and was panting heavily. Her complexion had also become extremely pale. Although she had successfully expelled the soul-devouring power, her divine sense C had also suffered some damage as a result, causing her to have a splitting headache. Chapter 2983. Xiaoyang secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Xiaoman's mind had become firm again and that the power of the secret realm had been completely expelled. Fortunately, their efforts had not been in vain. Presumably, after experiencing this incident, Lil Man's mental state would become even stronger. In the future, ordinary things would no longer be difficult for her. In fact, Xiaoman was not powerless, but her mind was a little weak. Therefore, when she encountered something, it was very easy for her to choose to escape. Even if she could handle it, if she felt that it was impossible, she would naturally retreat. However, from now on, Xiaoman would probably throw away all this pressure and begin to try to do some seemingly impossible things. Of course, this all depended on whether Xiaoman could persevere. If she had any weak thoughts in her heart, it would be very easy for her to be beaten back to her original state. Xing Tian smiled when he saw that Xiaoyang and Xiaoman were safe and sound. As for the living corpse, he had already dealt with it. As long as the world was isolated, the living corpse would lose its greatest reliance. Therefore, it was not difficult to deal with it. It could be said that it was easy to deal with it. Even if that living corpse was a little powerful, it was just a walking corpse. It was still very easy to get rid of it. On the other hand, Xiaoyang wanted to help Xiaoman out of this predicament. That was a technical job. If he was not careful, he would fall into a bottomless abyss. Xiaoman came back to her senses and slowly climbed up from the ground. At the same time, there was a hint of determination in her eyes. Her hands once again rested on the spear shaft. In Xiaoman's opinion, she had already experienced so much. There was no need to retreat in the face of difficulties. If he was unable to take out the opportunity that belonged to him, then all his previous efforts would have been in vain. Seeing this, Xiao Yang's lips curled into a smile. As long as Xiao Man was not defeated by these things and still had the will to fight, this was the best. However, in the blink of an eye, Xiao Yang frowned slightly. This was because he saw a few cultivators standing above. Xiao Yang raised his head and looked at them. With just a glance, he understood their cultivation. Among the four of them, the strongest was a 7th-order martial emperor, the weakest was a 4th-order martial emperor, and 2 of them were 6th-order martial emperors. There was a commotion when I was killing the living corpses. They must have come here then, Xing Tian explained. Xiao Yang nodded. He hadn't noticed it before. Now that he had regained his senses and seen it, he was somewhat shocked. Fortunately, Xing Tian was beside them. Otherwise, if they were ambushed, the 2 of them would have to pay a heavy price. May I know which fellow Taoist you are? Xiao Yang cupped his hands and made a Jianghu salute as he asked loudly. These 4 people could be considered to be of unknown origin, so he still had to be on his guard. No matter what, it wouldn't be wrong to ask about their origins first. However, the 4 of them had smiles on their faces, but none of them answered. It was as if they had completely ignored the 3 of them. The other party didn't reply, which made Xiao Yang's expression freeze. He felt a little awkward. Xing Tian frowned slightly and shook his robe. He looked as if he would attack at any moment. The other party appeared at this critical juncture, but did not show any goodwill. Therefore, they must be here to cause trouble. Moreover, the long spear in the amber boulder was a high-grade spiritual weapon. It was normal for the other party to be tempted. Of course, even if they wanted to fight, Xing Tian wouldn't be afraid at all. It was just a fight. What was there to be afraid of? At this time, Xiao Man also looked up with some vigilance. At the same time, she also looked at her young master. No matter how ignorant Xiao Man was, she could guess from the other party's behavior that the other party was probably waiting for an opportunity to strike and reap the benefits. In this way, once she took out this spiritual weapon, a conflict would probably erupt. However, Lil Man was a little reluctant to leave and give up on this opportunity. Just take it. If anyone has bad intentions and touches your things, I will make them pay the price. Xiao Yang said with a smile. These words were said to Lil Man, and at the same time it was also said to the people standing above. More or less, there was a hint of a threat. However, the 4 people acted as if nothing had happened and continued to stand there and watch coldly. It was as if they were just passers-by watching the show. The curtains had not been drawn yet, so they wouldn't leave so easily. Well said. If your young master can't handle it, there's still me. Xing Tian joked. Xiao Man heard this and nodded. She began to pull out the long spear again. In fact, Xiao Yang and Xing Tian both had a way to take out the long spear, but they didn't do so. They wanted Xiao Man to experience the hardships herself. Of course, if she could use her own strength to pull out the long spear, then this spiritual weapon would be more obedient to her in the future. In this way, it wasn't a bad thing. If they could be compatible in this process, then the benefits would naturally be indescribable. Moreover, if Xiao Man really had something to do with this long spear, with her ability, she could naturally pull it out. Xiao Man growled. Suddenly, the power in her body erupted again. It was very terrifying. Even the amber boulder beneath her feet had sunk by 3 feet in an instant. It could be seen how terrifying the power that had erupted this time was. Moreover, the ground under their feet wasn't ordinary. It was formed by the power of the secret realm. Although the area was very small, the power that needed to be invested was incomparably terrifying. Suddenly, as if their hearts were connected, the long spear was pulled out bit by bit. At the same time, the 4 people standing on the mountain watching looked expectant. They didn't expect that the little girl, who was only a 3rd-level martial emperor, actually had the strength to take out the spiritual weapon. At this juncture, Xiao Yang didn't have the slightest carelessness. On the contrary, his vigilance was raised to the highest as he stared at the four people. Now, if they dared to suddenly make trouble, Xiaoyang would mercilessly attack and directly kill them on the spot. Sometimes, if you want to covet other people's treasures, you naturally have to be prepared to bear the consequences. Boom! Suddenly, the amber boulder under Xiao Man's feet suddenly shattered. At the same time, the long spear had already been taken out. Xiao Man waved the long spear. Suddenly, a surge of pure power surged out. It was magnificent, like thousands of soldiers and horses rushing through a formation. What a good mixed yuan mysterious spear! Xiao Man waved it a few more times and laughed. This spear still emitted a mysterious light under the white light. Chapter 2984. Xiao Man placed the mixed yuan mysterious spear on the ground. At a glance, she wasn't even as tall as the spear. In fact, she looked a little weak. The spear was a good spear, and the person was a good person. However, when placed together, they looked very out of place. Xingtian looked at the long spear and smiled helplessly. Naturally, he could tell that it was a supreme-grade spiritual weapon. However, it belonged to Xiao Man and not him. Although Xingtian didn't use spiritual weapons to fight, it wasn't a bad idea to keep it in his hands like a collection. When he had nothing to do, he could take it out and admire it. After all, it was very comfortable. However, this was the will of the heavens. No matter how much Xingtian liked it, he couldn't steal it away. At the same time, the four people standing on the mountain were staring with their eyes wide open. A supreme-grade spiritual weapon was something that could only be found by chance. It was only half a step away from the next level. As long as one put in some effort and a long time of management, it would be enough to raise its level. Xiao Man excitedly handed the long spear in her hand to Xiaoyang and said, "Young master, help me see what this treasure is like." Xiaoyang took it and found that the long spear was a foot taller than him. He couldn't help but feel a little shocked. After touching it, he could feel an extremely strong power. The feeling of fullness made him feel very at ease. After waving it a few times, he could feel that wherever the sharpness passed, a crack was cut in the space. From this, it could be seen that this long spear was indeed a supreme-grade spiritual weapon. As for the spiritual item inside the mixed yuan mysterious spear, Xiaoyang couldn't feel it. It must have recognized its owner, and only Xiao Man could feel it. It's not bad. Is there a matching spear technique? Xiaoyang asked with a smile. If there wasn't, he didn't mind finding some precious spear techniques from his collection and giving them to Xiao Man. After all, it would be too regretful if he couldn't use such a good weapon in battle after obtaining it. It could even be said that it would be really uncomfortable. Lil Man nodded like a rattledrum and said, "Yes, yes." As such, Xiaoyang also nodded with a smile. It seemed that it was indeed not bad, and there was also a matching technique. With a good combination, the power that could be displayed would definitely be shocking. However, with Xiao Man's current realm, holding an extreme-grade spirit weapon was undoubtedly like a child holding gold in a busy market. It was very unsafe. However, Xiaoyang's supreme-grade spirit artifact was only the stately painting, which was not a combat artifact. As for the Thunderfire Divine Sword, it was only a mid-grade weapon. Compared to this primordial chaos mysterious heart spear, it was unknown how much weaker it was. The four people on the mountain were even more dumbfounded. The people below seemed to have completely ignored them. "Elder Zhang, I want that primordial mysterious heart spear." A young-looking man in brocade said in a deep voice. The white-haired old man frowned slightly. How could he not be moved when he saw the top-grade spiritual weapon? He also wanted to make a move to snatch it, but he didn't have the confidence to do so. "Second young master, don't be anxious. Just wait," the old man said. The young man, who was called the second young master, snorted coldly, looking extremely impatient. "People below, listen up. I'm the second young master of Shimen City. I've taken a fancy to the long spear in your hands. If you know what's good for you, hand it over obediently. Otherwise, you'll die without a burial place." The second young master shouted with a condescending look. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed drastically. The old man stood at the front and stared at Xingtian. The second young master's cultivation was not high, so he couldn't see the cultivation strength of these three people, which was why he spoke so arrogantly. However, Zhang Xuanji was also a rank 7 powerhouse, so he naturally could see the depth of Xingtian's strength. As for the black-robed man, he was covered by a robe, so it was probably not easy to know his true realm. He probably wasn't weak. Xingtian laughed when he heard this. He didn't expect that there would be such an arrogant person who didn't put him in his eyes at all. No matter how he looked at it, it was very laughable. Xiao Yang furrowed his brows slightly, but the way he looked at the 4 people had also changed. Xiao Yang obviously knew about Shimen City. Shimen City and Nangong City were both part of the 4 cities. Besides, Shimen City was also the strongest among the 4 cities. Besides, even if they didn't rely on the bright, godly sect, they could easily rely on the cursed, godly sect. From this, it could be seen how powerful they were. If Nangong City was the weakest, then Shimen City was the strongest. There were even rumors saying that Shimen City's strength was on par with the other 3 gates. However, they were still part of the 4 cities due to their lack of reputation and control. Regardless of how one looked at it, Shimen City was a huge trouble that shouldn't be trifled with. There was also a rumor that if the old ancestor of Westgate City was able to reach a higher level of enlightenment, then it would not be impossible for Westgate City to become a 4-gate city. What if I say no? Xiao Yang smirked. He was still worried about Xiao Man just a moment ago, but he didn't expect these guys to be so stubborn. However, with their strength, how could they be sure that they could force them to hand over the spear? A supreme-grade spiritual weapon was something that could only be found by chance. They had spent a lot of effort to get it, so how could they give it away so easily? Xingtian looked on with interest. If the other party dared to make a move, then he would play with them. After all, he only loosened his muscles during the battle with the living corpse. If they hadn't come, Xingtian might have removed the seal and played with the living corpse a little longer. Kid, don't be ungrateful. Second young master scolded in dissatisfaction. How powerful was the Shimen clan in the bright curse realm? From his accent, one could tell that the other party was an outsider. What gave him the confidence to be so arrogant in front of them? Xingtian shook his head, helplessly. He couldn't understand whether this second young master was arrogant or stupid. He did have the right to be arrogant. With a big tree behind him, he had the confidence. However, that wasn't all he had. If he didn't have the strength to back it up, then he would be like a dog. It was meaningless. Xiao Man timidly glanced over, and then a hint of determination appeared in her eyes. Since they had encountered this, there was no point in running away. Xiao Yang stretched his muscles and said, "It's impossible for us to hand it over. If you're really powerful, then come and snatch it. Let me see if you have the ability." Chapter 2985. When the second young master heard such words, he was furious. This person actually dared to be more arrogant than him. How could he tolerate this? Elder Zhang, kill him! The second young master shouted angrily. Zhang Xuanji nodded, but she was not in a hurry to make a move. Her attention was completely focused on Xingtian. She knew very well that as long as she defeated the strongest person, she would be able to take him down. However, it was impossible for the black-robed youth to be so arrogant. In this way, it was difficult for others to figure out, and they did not dare to act rashly. Once they fought, many things would become uncertain. For example, what was the cultivation of that young man? Fellow Taoists, can you bear the pain and give us that long spear so that we won't hurt our friendship? Zhang Xuanji said with a smile. In Zhang Xuanji's opinion, it was best not to act rashly when things could be solved with words. In this secret realm, danger lurked everywhere. If something went wrong, the accident that might happen would become uncontrollable. At that time, it would be too late to regret. If we don't give it to you, it will hurt our friendship? Is there such a thing? Xiao Yang sneered. No matter how one looked at it, these words were ridiculous. But on second thought, these people were in high positions. It was not strange that they could say such words. The local tyrant always had a crazy amount of self-confidence, so this was not a strange thing to see. Xiao Man, on the other hand, held the immemorial mysterious spear tightly. She knew that this battle was unavoidable. With the young master's temperament, how could he compromise so easily? And that Shimin City was aggressive. It was obvious that they would not give up until they achieved their goal. That's what I said. If you don't agree, you will be an enemy of our Shimin City. Not to mention that we are in the secret realm. After we go out, it will be difficult for us to move an inch in the bright curse realm. Zhang Xuanji's face darkened. In Zhang Xuanji's opinion, as long as Shimin City was used to suppress others, no matter how arrogant the other party was, they would have to think twice. Apart from the two sects, who else would dare to say that their Westgate City was much stronger than their Westgate City? Even if the people of the three gates met Shimin City, they would have to think twice. They would not dare to offend them easily. So overbearing. If I don't give it to you, then I'll be making an enemy out of your Shimin City? If that's the case, then let's just be enemies. What's there to be afraid of? Xiao Yang sneered and said. At the same time, Xiao Yang's gaze quickly swept across the four of them. He already had a plan in mind. Other than Elder Sun, who was slightly more powerful, the other three could be considered as small fries and could be easily dealt with. Even if Xing Tian didn't make a move, Xiao Yang would still be able to fight on his own. When Zhang Xuanji saw that the outsider was a tough nut to crack, her expression became even more solemn. It was impossible for them to hand over their treasures obediently. However, due to the uncertainty of the situation, Zhang Xuanji did not dare to act rashly. If that black-robed youth was also a Type 7 powerhouse, then their situation would become very awkward. My Shimin City is just this overbearing. I hope that fellow Taoist will think twice before you act. Don't make the wrong decision. In the future, it will be too late for regrets. Don't blame this old man for not advising you nicely. As Zhang Xuanji spoke, he unleashed a burst of power, taking advantage of his power to bully others. Xing Tian smiled and yawned. He looked at Elder Zhang and felt that it was a little interesting. His mouth kept talking, but he had no intention of making a move. There's no need to persuade us. We are all so stubborn. Xiao Yang sneered. Although Xiao Yang didn't like to stir up trouble, the other party took the initiative to come to him. It could be said that it was unavoidable and there was no way around it. At the same time, he wanted to experience the strength of the cultivators of the bright curse realm. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Xuanji's face turned into the color of pig liver. The other party didn't give them any face at all. Not only did they not give Zhang Xuanji face, but they also didn't give Shimin City face. From this, he couldn't help but wonder who these three people were. They were actually not afraid of Shimin City. Elder Zhang, what are you talking about? Just kill them directly. The second young master seemed to be a little impatient and scolded angrily. Zhang Xuanji frowned slightly and didn't answer. Although Zhang Xuanji's priority this time was to protect the second young master, he wouldn't completely listen to the words of a little child. Naturally, he had a plan in his heart. If the other party's strength was weak, Zhang Xuanji naturally wouldn't talk nonsense and directly obliterate them. Killing people and snatching treasures wasn't a rare thing, but that rank 7 powerhouse was standing there. If he wanted to make a move, he had to think more. Once he was injured too seriously in the secret realm, and if his luck was bad, he would really be courting death if he met an enemy. Moreover, in the secret realm, it wasn't necessarily the enemy who would make a move. Some people would also kill people and snatch treasures for the sake of benefits. Yeah, what are you nagging about? You've been using the so-called Shimin City to suppress people. Could it be that you're just a vase with a rank 7 realm that's useless? Xing Tian sneered impatiently. He wanted to snatch the treasures, but he didn't dare to make a move. He wanted to make them obediently submit with just a few words. If this wasn't a joke, what was it? As soon as these words came out, Zhang Xuanji's face became more and more ugly. The other party even took the initiative to ridicule him. This was really unbearable for him. Seeing Zhang Xuanji's face become more and more ugly, Xiao Man covered her mouth and snickered. It seems that Shimin City has just raised a bunch of good-for-nothings. Xiao Yang sneered. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Xuanji completely lost his calm. No matter how bad he was still a rank 7 martial emperor cultivator who cultivated step by step. Walking in the bright spell realm, he was also in existence respected by countless people. How could he endure being humiliated by these two outsiders today? It could be said that the current Zhang Xuanji was on the verge of going berserk. He couldn't wait to rush up and kill these 3 people. However, he was still unable to understand Xiao Yang's strength. Suddenly, Zhang Xuanji's brows relaxed, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Because the person he was waiting for was finally here. Han Qin, Jiang Ning, the 2 of you protect the second young master. Let me see how strong these 3 people are. Zhang Xuanji snorted coldly and said. The 2 of them nodded one after another and stood on the left and right looking around. The 2 of them were both rank 6, so they naturally weren't afraid of anything. However, they still had to worry about the safety of the second young master. Although the second young master didn't have any outstanding talent in cultivation, he was the favorite son of the Shimin City Lord. Chapter 2986. Zhang Xuanji bellowed and floated into the air. Hanging high in the air, his domineering aura was exposed. He was like an insufferably arrogant master. No one in the world could fight him. His body was surrounded by a layer of pale white brilliance. His spiritual power was visible as if it was real. It could be seen how powerful he was. At this moment, Zhang Xuanji looked extremely arrogant, as if he would not put anyone in his eyes. A sword light flashed, and the thunder fire divine sword fell into Xiao Yang's hands. Now he wanted to experience the skills of the bright curse realm's almighty to see how strong they were. Xiao Yang, you've been the one handling everything on the way here. Leave this opponent to me. Before Xing Tian's voice even faded, he had already rushed up to confront Xiao Yang. It was as if Xing Tian was afraid that Xiao Yang would snatch this opponent away from him, leaving him with no one to fight. Looking at the agitated Xing Tian, Xiao Yang could only smile helplessly. Since he wanted to fight, there was no other way. Let him go. It had to be said that the people of the myriad beast realm were very belligerent. During this period of time, Xing Tian did not make a move. He must have been holding back. Now, it was inevitable that he could not hold it in. Xing Tian looked at Zhang Xuanji curiously. Looking at his old appearance, he felt that the older the ginger, the spicier it was. This time he was disappointed. No matter what, the other party was a 7th-rank powerhouse. It would not be easy to take him down. Zhang Xuanji glanced at Xing Tian, then looked at Xiao Yang. He already had a plan in mind. Since this person could rush up so quickly, it was obvious that the cultivation of the young man in the black robe was probably weaker. In this way, he did not have to worry. He only needed to entangle the strongest person. When his reinforcements arrived, it would not be difficult to take them all down. Where did this little kid come from? How dare you show off in front of me? Zhang Xuanji said coldly. At this moment, Zhang Xuanji's aura was full. Under his pretense, he was like a peerless powerhouse who could completely suppress the scene. However, Xing Tian was not scared. He was even a little disgusted at this moment. Generally, people who spoke arrogantly at this time did not necessarily have much real ability. If he was really powerful, he wouldn't have used so many words to scare people. Of course, there were some experts who liked to pretend, but they were in the minority. Well said now. When the time comes, don't just put on a show. That would really be a disappointment, Xing Tian said with some dissatisfaction. I don't know how strong he is, but he sure knows how to act. Zhang Xuanji coldly snorted. However, she was complaining in her heart. She knew that if these youngsters weren't intimidated, they were likely to have real abilities. Therefore, these people were very difficult to deal with. No matter how one looked at it, it wouldn't be an easy task to defeat them. Therefore, Zhang Xuanji had no choice but to pull himself together. Although he wasn't weak, he still had to be cautious when facing those powerful young opponents. He didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. If he took a wrong step, he might face eternal damnation. Zhang Xuanji knew which was more important. It wasn't that he was a show-off, but that he was old and had seen too much, so he had become cautious. Moreover, he also knew that his winning hand didn't lie here. He only needed to continue waiting. When the reinforcements arrived, he would be able to enjoy the fruits of others' labor. If he could win for sure, he definitely wouldn't take any risks. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Zhang Xuanji looked like an expert. His aura and bearing didn't look bad at all. Xing Tian shook his head helplessly. This old thing really knew how to put on a show. He couldn't do anything about it. However, whether he was putting on a show or was truly powerful, they would know after the fight. In the next moment, Xing Tian shot out like an arrow and directly charged towards Zhang Xuanji. Seeing that his opponent was so impatient, Zhang Xuanji was slightly pleased. After all, he was still young and impetuous. It was easy for his opponent to be flustered. As long as he paid attention to dodging, he could wait for his opponent to be exhausted. However, in the next moment, Zhang Xuanji's expression couldn't help but change. This was because he felt that his opponent's charging force was extremely strong. It seemed like there was no way to dodge his attack. Break! Zhang Xuanji formed a hand seal and shouted in a low voice. Suddenly, a palm print shot out. It was as if it was unparalleled. Anyone who saw it couldn't help but feel that it was unbeatable. The palm print was dazzling and dazzling. Looking at the powerful palm print, even Xing Tian couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation. It was as if once he was hit, he would end up being smashed into pieces. However, Xing Tian wasn't an ordinary person. He wouldn't be frightened by such momentum. It looks powerful, but it's just for show, Xiaoyang said indifferently. Zhang Xuanji's move was indeed very beautiful, but it was flashy without substance. As expected, after the palm strike, Zhang Xuanji quickly retreated. It was obvious that he didn't have the posture to fight with Xiaoyang. When Xing Tian broke the palm print, he saw Zhang Xuanji dodging to the side. When Xing Tian saw this, he immediately understood and sneered. Even if this opponent broke the heavens, it was nothing more than this. Since you want to show weakness, Xing Tian naturally wouldn't be polite. He immediately went all out and started to attack his opponent fiercely. The black light continued to fall like black snowflakes. However, there was a hidden murderous intent in the light. Zhang Xuanji dodged left and right. At the same time, she used many tricks. Every time, she narrowly avoided those fierce attacks and wasn't hit. Every time, it seemed like she was almost hit. Zhang Xuanji looked like she was escaping pathetically, but she wasn't hit even once. Her slipperiness annoyed Xing Tian. He couldn't help but want to pinch her to death. However, the more anxious he was, the less organized he was. Xiaoyang saw this clearly from below and frowned slightly. Now, Xing Tian was more or less eager for instant success. If this continued, his condition would become worse. By then, the more he was exhausted, the more chaotic his state of mind would become. In this way, Zhang Xuanji would be able to wait patiently and easily defeat her opponent. It was true that Xing Tian was powerful, but it was easy for him to get carried away by his hot-bloodedness and lose his sense of propriety. One had to admit that Zhang Xuanji was indeed a sly old fox. Knowing that she was no match for him, she used this method to exhaust his opponent's strength. Every time you felt like you were just a little bit away, you would fall into the opponent's trap step by step. Xing Tian didn't seem to notice and continued to attack with all his might. Chapter 2987. When the second young master saw that his elder was being suppressed and did not seem to be able to fight back, he was furious. If this continued, when would there be an end? If Zhang Xuanji was defeated, that level 7 powerhouse would be able to suppress everyone. At that time, they would all become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The second young master did not expect to meet such a tough opponent this time. At the same time, he was even more depressed. What could this be? For a moment, it could be said that the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Elder Han, Elder Jiang, take advantage of the fact that the opponent's powerhouse is entangled. Go and snatch the superb spiritual weapon first. The second young master called out. The second young master felt that he had analyzed the current situation very clearly. As long as the superb spiritual weapon was in their hands, even if Zhang Xuanji's strength was not enough, they could escape at the first moment. They would not end up with nothing. Han Qin and Jiang Ning looked at each other and nodded. Then, one of them rushed directly toward Xiaoyang. They weren't sure of Xiaoyang's strength, and if they were to attack recklessly, the second young master would be in a dangerous situation with no one by his side. Therefore, they had no choice but to think carefully, and they didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. Han Qin took the lead and shouted. A large saber appeared in his hand. There was a mysterious brilliance flowing on the saber. There was a flow of spiritual power on the saber. The pattern seemed rough, but it gave people a heavy feeling. He took out a spiritual weapon as soon as he attacked. From this, it could be seen that Han Qin was not careless at all. It could even be said that he was going all out. If he could kill the black-robed young man in one blow, it would save a lot of trouble. If the opponent's strength was really strong, he still had a chance to retreat under this attack. Because the opponent had been as steady as Mount Tai, Han Qin did not dare to be careless. Perhaps you could look down on many people outside, but how many people who could walk in this secret realm were simple? Many experts were very low-key. It was fine if they did not attack, but once they attacked, it was likely that they would directly take the opponent's life. Although he did not know the opponent's strength, Han Qin was still prepared. Zhang Xuanji frowned when he saw Han Qin attacking. However, he didn't dare to be distracted by Xing Tian's storm-like attacks. Since they were still rational, Zhang Xuanji did not need to worry too much. He only needed to wait for the results. There was no need to be too nervous. Jiang Ning looked at the two battlefields. At the same time, he became very vigilant. He knew very well that the current situation was very unstable. He had to be very careful and not let others take advantage of him. Otherwise, in the end, the sandpiper and the clam would fight, and the fisherman would reap the benefits. In this place of endless light, there was also endless darkness and danger. Xiaoyang raised his head and glanced at him as a disdainful smile appeared on his face. Be careful, Xiaoyang exhorted. Immediately after, he soared into the sky and flew towards Jiang Qin. Xiao Man, on the other hand, held the immemorial mysterious heart spear tightly and looked around carefully. If it was before, Xiao Man would not have to worry about this at all. She knew that the young master would definitely take care of these things. There was no need for her to worry about anything at all. However, things were not that simple. She knew that she could not continue to do nothing under the young master's wings. She also needed to become stronger. More or less, she needed to share some of the young master's burden. This battle was clearly not something that Lil Man could interfere in. The realm of a third-level martial emperor was nothing in this secret realm. It was not enough to reach the apex. The sword and saber clashed. Suddenly, a sharp aftershock of the battle broke out. Saber wind and sword chi swept out. Even though the mountain was condensed by spiritual power, it was more or less damaged, leaving behind traces that were difficult to recover. Xiaoyang and Han Qin were both shocked by each other's strength and retreated a few feet. They both looked at their opponents and began to estimate quickly in their minds. The cultivators of the bright curse realm were indeed stronger than the cultivators of other worlds. At least, compared to the Yin Flame realm, Jiang Qin was much stronger than Mo Jiu in the same realm. His foundation was even more solid. Among the dozens of worlds, the Bright Curse realm could be said to be the strongest existence. Cultivators from all over the world were willing to come here to cultivate. Even if it was just a sacrifice, they would have no regrets. Because in such a big environment, their strength would be able to grow well. In their own world, they might be able to dominate a region, but in their eyes it was completely useless. They were afraid that in the rest of their lives, it would be difficult for their cultivation to advance even half a step. Therefore, the Bright Curse realm was a big stage. Among the many worlds in this area, the Bright Curse realm could be said to be the core. Xiao Yang shook his slightly numb arm slightly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Since the opponent was not weak, this kind of battle would be interesting to continue. He would not be directly crushed by him. Han Qin looked at his opponent, and his solemn expression became much more relaxed. In the attack, just now, he had already figured out the strength of his opponent. 6th level Martial Emperor, you and I are in the same realm. You were so arrogant just now. I thought you were very powerful. Jiang Qin snorted with disdain. Now it seemed that his previous actions were more or less scaring himself. No matter how the other party hid, he could only know the other party's realm and strength after fighting. After all, guessing was just guessing. It was unrealistic. Xiao Yang just smiled. Seeing Han Qin's confidence, he could not deny it. Among the same realm, Han Qin was indeed one of the best. However, he was still a little lacking when facing a real genius. Although it would take some effort to defeat him, Xiao Yang had a much higher chance of success. Han Qin did not know that the person in front of him, challenging people of a higher realm, was a common occurrence. In a battle of the same realm, it was almost a sure win concept. Han Qin waved the big saber in his hand and said, pretending to be mysterious, in the end, you can't beat the real storm. Han Qin was a native of the Bright Curse realm. Compared to other worlds, the cultivators of their world were much stronger in the same realm. Therefore, Han Qin felt that he would definitely win. At least, in the current situation, he could not find any reason why he would lose. The strong would always be strong. Chapter 2988. Seeing this, Xiao Yang gently waved the divine sword in his hand and said, so what if you know my realm? Do you think you will definitely win now? As he said that, Xiao Yang's mouth revealed a trace of disdain. These guys had never gone out to travel, so they probably didn't know how terrifying the gap between people in the same realm was. Even if your strength is not bad, so what? Some things are destined. No matter how powerful you are, it is difficult to change it. In this regard, Xiao Yang was also very confident. How could he lose in the same realm? There was no possibility at all. Han Qin frowned when he heard that and said, where did this arrogant person come from? You really don't put the cultivators of the Bright Curse world in your eyes? Han Qin's eyes also had a bit of pity. He felt that these so-called geniuses were invincible in their own world, and they felt that they would be the same in other places. Such an idea, no matter how he looked at it, was very ridiculous. It could even be said that having such an idea was completely because they had never experienced anything, so they would be so arrogant. The next moment, Han Qin didn't want to continue being long-winded. He raised his saber and launched an attack again. In Han Qin's opinion, it was meaningless to talk more nonsense now, and such a stalemate was even more useless. Since he already knew the strength of his opponent, he naturally had to work harder and take him down directly. Only then could he rest easy. Moreover, once he helped the second young master get that superb spiritual weapon, then he would naturally add a thick and heavy stroke to his merit book. So, how could Han Qin not be excited in his heart? It was as if everything was within his reach. As long as he put in a little effort, everything would be within his reach. Xiao Yang looked at the opponent rushing over aggressively. Xiao Yang just sneered, and a trace of sharp light suddenly emitted from his eyes. At the same time, his eyes also swept across the second young master. Sometimes, when one was greedy, one had to pay the corresponding price. If they had talked it over nicely, they could have parted ways, but they shouldn't have been so aggressive and even fought. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, it was impossible for this matter to be resolved peacefully. It would be impossible for it to end without a bloody fight. Xiao Yang took a deep breath. At the same time, he became much more dignified. With a flip of his hand, countless sword lights surged out. For a time, it could be said to be overwhelming. Countless sword qi filled the canyon, and even the space was pierced to the point of shattering. Instantly, Han Qin's heart could not help but shudder because he could sense that his opponent was not simple either. He was extremely powerful. However, there was no turning back. Thus, Han Qin could only give it his all. Only by giving it his all would he know the result. If he retreated, it would be embarrassing. Moreover, for Han Qin, this was just the beginning. It did not mean that he would definitely lose this battle. Han Qin was not to be outdone either. He even seemed to be a little angry. He swung his saber, and countless saber lights continued to condense. It seemed as if he wanted to contend with the sword qi. Though the two of them were still more than 10 meters apart, the aura they released was like an army of thousands of men and horses. They began to attack each other, and it was extremely terrifying. The two of them were clashing against each other. The saber lights and sword shadows clashed against each other like two armies. The sound of killing was endless, and the sound of metal breaking could be said to be one after another. Xiao Man was carefully watching her young master's battle. She also noticed that her young master was not using his full strength. There was only one reason why he was doing this, and that was to let her observe more so that she could learn more from this battle. Battle experience was very important. If someone could help her slowly understand it, it would be twice the result with half the effort. Sometimes, watching other people's battles might not be able to enrich one's own abilities. However, to be able to learn other people's strengths and turn them into one's own was something extraordinary. Xiao Man watched seriously. At the same time, she was also sensing some information from the mixed Yuan mysterious spear. Xing Tian fought with all his might. However, Zhang Xuanji, that old thing, was very slippery. He could not catch her at all. It could be said that all of Xing Tian's attacks seemed domineering, but they all seemed to have missed. He could not hurt her at all. Xing Tian couldn't help but feel even more defeated. He had always been proud of his peers, yet he couldn't do anything about this old fogey. Xing Tian suddenly stopped in his tracks and shouted angrily, "You old loach! You were so domineering earlier. Why are you dodging now and not daring to fight?" Zhang Xuanji smiled when he heard this. He even seemed a little pleased with himself. This was because Zhang Xuanji believed that he had achieved his goal. This young man was already flustered and exasperated. Moreover, he had also used up a lot of his strength. This way, he only needed to put in a little more effort, and he could easily take her down. Thinking of this, the smile on Zhang Xuanji's face deepened. If he could take her down as soon as possible, it would be the best thing. As for other things, there was nothing to worry about. However, Zhang Xuanji was not prepared to take the initiative to attack. This was because, in his opinion, she was still a little lacking. Young people were full of vigor. This was true. Therefore, his opponent probably still had a lot of strength left. If they fought, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Anyway, the other party was already led by the nose by him. Why should he be anxious? I only took pity on you because you are a talent. This is why I have been holding back and not attacking. You brat, if you continue to be stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless and not giving you a chance. Zhang Xuanji said coldly. It was as if Zhang Xuanji was not the one who was forced to dodge the attack. However, it had to be said that the current situation was still under Zhang Xuanji's control. This was why Zhang Xuanji was fearless and did not look anxious at all. Xing Tian looked at the other party's smug expression and was instantly furious. Even now, she was still putting on an act. How could he tolerate this? Xing Tian roared. Like a dragon's roar, he attacked again. Zhang Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He looked as if his evil plan had succeeded. The situation was already in his hands. The second young master stood on top of the mountain. Seeing that both sides were anxious, it was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. This made him very unhappy. If this dragged on, when would he be able to get the treasure? Chapter 2989. The superb spiritual weapon was still emitting a luster, and it seemed to be in agreement with the woman's will. If this continued, the spiritual weapon would completely recognize its owner. At that time, he would have to pay a high price to erase the imprint on it. Of course, in the second young master's view, that superb spiritual weapon originally belonged to him. How could he let others tarnish it? Jiangning, quickly go and snatch that spiritual weapon. The second young master said coldly. Now, the second young master was indeed a little anxious. He even called the elder whose realm was higher than him by his name. When Jiangning heard this, although a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes, he remembered that the other party was the second young master of Shimen City with an extraordinary status, and he was just a guest. If he offended him, even if he could continue to stay in Shimen City in the future, he was afraid that he would be in a lot of trouble. Second young master, don't worry. That superb spiritual weapon will definitely be easy to get. After Jiangning finished speaking, he jumped up and rushed toward the woman. Since the battle situation had stabilized, it was not bad to snatch the spiritual weapon in his hands first. Naturally, Xiaoman also saw this detail clearly. She held the origin mysterious spear in her hand horizontally and was also ready to fight. Although Xiaoman also knew that she was probably not Jiangning's opponent, no matter what, she had to resist for a while until the young master came. Only then could she be safe and sound. However, when Jiangning was halfway there, a sword light suddenly flashed. Xiaoyang had used a feint to force Jiang Qin back and then turned around to kill him. Xiaoyang knew very well that once Jiangning made a move, Xiaoman would not be able to block it. At that time, it would be fine if the origin mysterious spear was taken away, but if Xiaoman's life was harmed, it would be bad. Even if it was a superb spiritual weapon, it was only a worldly possession after all. One's life was the most important. Seeing the black-robed young man suddenly rushing out, Jiangning's heart couldn't help but tremble. How could this guy be so fast? At the same time, Jiangning did not dare to be careless and immediately attacked. However, in front of Xiaoyang, his attacks did not seem to have much of an effect. Spatial ripples constantly appeared around Xiaoyang's body, and Jiangning's attacks were completely swallowed up. They disappeared in the blink of an eye, and everything returned to normal. When Jiangning saw this, he was even more shocked. What kind of strange divine ability was this? Xiaoyang struck out with his sword, as if he wanted to take Jiangning's head directly. Jiangning wasn't an ordinary person either. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, he immediately formed a hand seal and used a profound technique. Countless palm prints appeared once again and continued to bombard him. He quickly retreated, not daring to come into contact with them. At the same time, Jiangning was also very puzzled. The previous performance of this black-robed young man could only be described as ordinary, but in the blink of an eye, how did he become so powerful? Jiangning couldn't figure it out for a while. What the hell is going on? The more Jiangning thought about it, the more helpless he felt. But since things had already come to this, what else could he say? Other than fighting with all his might, he had no other choice. Han Qin also came back to his senses at this moment. He spun the sword in his hand and slashed down. Suddenly, a huge blade light fell with an unstoppable force. Every time one of them fell, a huge ravine would be created. The momentum was ferocious and overbearing. Xiaoyang casually swung his sword. Instantly, countless flaming sword qi appeared and shattered the huge sword light into pieces. When Xiaoman saw that Jiangning was stopped, she let out a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, Xiaoman had another idea in her mind, and her eyes became determined. In the next moment, Xiao Man didn't hesitate at all. Holding the mixed yuan mysterious spear, she jumped up and rushed towards the second young master, who was at the peak of the mountain. Xiao Man also knew that what she lacked was combat experience. She had seen enough, and it was time to test her strength and see how strong she was. His own experience could only be gained through battle. No matter how much she learned, if she couldn't put it to use, then it could only be said to be an armchair strategist. It was meaningless. Therefore, she wanted to test her strength and see how strong she was. Even though the second young master's cultivation level was higher than hers, she wasn't afraid at all. Wasn't her young master the same way before? Only when facing opponents who were stronger than him could he make up for his weaknesses and make himself stronger. So what if he couldn't win? Xiao Man wasn't worried at all. She knew that with her young master backing her up, she didn't need to worry about these things. Seeing this, Xiao Yang's lips curled into a gratified smile. Now, Xiao Man had truly grown up. It seemed like she hadn't grown up when she was corroded by the hidden territory. Now, she had seen through many things. Though she had become more realistic, it was a good thing. Now, Lil Man seemed to have been reborn. She also had her own pride and spirit. At this moment, she was a real martial emperor, not a maid or a servant. She had begun to face her own abilities. However, the second young master glanced at her and saw that the girl was rushing towards him. He couldn't help but frown. "Damned girl, how dare you attack me? That's good. You can give me the supreme quality spiritual weapon yourself. I don't need to walk a few steps." The second young master gritted his teeth as he spoke. His eyes were filled with viciousness. Earlier, he had tried to persuade them, but these people didn't know what was good for them. Now he would make them pay the price. So what if the girl had a supreme quality spiritual weapon? The lower cultivation level wasn't so easy to make up for. The girl didn't seem to have fought with her full strength. She was like a chick, flapping her wings without knowing the dangers in the air. Xiao Man turned a deaf ear to the other party's words. She only cared about waving the long spear in her hand. Immediately, the pale yellow light became even more solid. At a glance, it was very shocking. The immemorial mysterious heart spear seemed to be gradually awakened. Compared to before, the aura it exuded was a little different. It was as if this spear landed, it could destroy the heavens and the earth. Han Qin and Jiang Ning didn't try to stop it. Naturally, there was no need. Their main goal was to join forces to kill this black-robed youth. He was too difficult to deal with. As for the girl who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, if she rushed forward in her hot blood, she would only end up digging her own grave.